Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Libby. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm just noticing that someone said they didn't get the email for today's class. Did anyone get it?
I didn't get it, but I just used the one from the last class.
It's
I didn't
always the
get an
same.
email either. I just used the link from last week.
Yeah, it's always the same one, as I clearly say in the message, but I do always send it to remind people, and I'm wondering if someone else, yeah, Kirk, you emailed me saying, is it the same email? Um, so let me go and quickly send it. It's there in the drafts. I wonder what happened.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't see it either.
okay, so let me quickly send it so that if someone is waiting for it, although I do my best to tell everyone that it is always same, but yeah. Okay. So weird. These are all like these are all pre hold on, let me go to my address. Pre-record, not pre-recorded, pre-programmed to go out for all the classes. And so I didn't rewrite it this morning. I just had them all set up every weekend. I set up all the morning. Okay, so there it goes. And yeah, okay. I hope people get it now in case they're waiting. There it is. Okay. So let me close this off. So let me put that down. I did get, it was, you know how I told you guys that this class was full and people had to ask me for permission to sign up, but then a lot of people never showed up. I emailed and I got very few responses, all of them saying they couldn't make it. I just don't know why they don't just sign off or drop the class or something. So anyway, it might be that it's just a few of us in class, but there were more of us last class. Anyway, so we're gonna get going, and let me get the Padlet opened up for you guys so that I can share the screen. All right. So how many of you guys are, so how did it work, Kirk? You were buying the applications? How did it work
Yeah,
for
I
you?
have it. I have it.
You got them installed? Okay, wonderful. How else? And I'm getting all the different applications open. I'm gonna. Okay. My computer this morning, I had to restart it 3 times and now it's not responding again. Wow. What is happening? Was this the class where it started flashing last week that I said that my screen began to flash? I have
Yeah.
not had that problem all week again. And then now this morning. How weird. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get on. I can. Wow. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm gonna go run get my laptop. I might need to teach from the laptop again. This is crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna share the screen with the Padlet, and if you guys have your, I can't even share my screen. Wow. Okay, now I can. That was a bit one too many. Okay, so there's the Padlet for what we did last class, which was just first testing, doing Padlets, and then we all got to do a little bit of work with some non-destructive retouching. I do notice, by the way, that a few of you guys took it on to do some extra work, and Moni at the end of class last week, it was fun because I stopped the recording and then she began saying, "Oh, this class was so great," and did all this to me, and I'm like, "Please say that again next week." But actually, hold on a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and these are this is a program she wrote here. If you guys go to the Padlet, she created and submitted the program and cover for the jazz festival. And she knew nothing about all of this last time when she began taking the class a year ago. And so anyway, this is the poster and the canvas that she created. I'm gonna let you guys here. Let me put it in the chat, the link, to make sure that everyone can get to the Padlet. There it is. I put it in the chat. And then I'm going to let her tell us about this, but I also want to show you this one. Okay, so this is all stuff that she created and did, having zero knowledge ahead of time. Well, when she started these classes.
A year
And
ago.
She's now
Yeah.
she's in charge of a lot of these design things. So Moni, you want to take off and tell me a little bit about what you shared the other day?
Okay, well, yeah, it's been actually exactly a year because my Adobe just, my subscription just expired. So it's exactly a year. Yeah, I had always been afraid of submitting something to the printers and whatever. And before taking these classes, I did everything in Word. And so when
Oh my
I did
God.
this, and so the program cover, that was somebody else's artwork, but other than that, I put it all together. And oh my gosh, the difference of dealing with this printer and using this, the InDesign and the Illustrator, huge. I mean, it was like there was no problem whatsoever. I didn't have to correct anything. It was perfect. And the same thing with having to do a banner that was, 3 feet by 6 feet. I created the canvas, and it's a very simple banner, right? But it's a vinyl banner. And so I plugged everything in, and exported it. And it was like, they're like, "Oh, it looks great. Thanks. Okay. It'll be done in blah, blah, blah." And there was no corrections, nothing. It was like, oh my gosh, what a difference. It was
Well,
amazing.
it's
And
really
so
good to
exciting
know.
too, because I could speak to them in their own language, right? Because so initially the cover, I was going to do bleed and I was going to do all this stuff. And then we were looking at budget because this is a fundraiser. And so I ended up not doing bleed. So that's, but being able to talk to them exactly, how they wanted it, what form, canvas size, all that kind of stuff. It was so exciting to be able to like talk with them and understand. And it was huge.
That's wonderful.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and it's so cool too that you had that it's not like you had never done anything. I hadn't known this part of it, that you used to do these things in Word and couldn't
Yeah.
deal with the printers and stuff, and now you are figuring out, well, that's definitely not the way to do it.
No.
That's
I mean,
pretty cool.
the simplicity, it seems like, these programs are amazing and I'm still just scratching the surface, but wow, it's so much easier to use
That's
this.
wonderful. Well, I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah. So thank you.
Oh God, no. And the thing too is that by doing it this way, or by testing yourself, right?
Yeah.
The more you, not that you'll never run into any other issues or problems, right? Things happen to everyone. But the thing is that you feel much more empowered, understanding and knowing what they're asking or what's happening. Because a lot of the times I find that not knowing, or the concern when you talk and not understand what they're telling you that you need to do or fix, sometimes it's pretty paralyzing. So All right, well, I'm so glad to know about all of this, to hear that.
Oh, and I didn't mention that because I didn't put it in there, but I had to also create 38 awards certificates.
Uh-huh,
And so I created 3 different kinds, so different levels.
wow,
And for 4 different divisions, because this was a competition.
okay.
And I submitted them those to the printers to print out too. And again, it was like everybody commented
Wow.
about them. So it was huge. It was
Well,
really great.
yeah, hopefully you felt really good about what you were doing and that what happened. So that's
Yeah.
the most important part for me to know, is that you were
Successful.
happy with that. What's that?
That I was successful.
Yeah, and then just feeling empowered.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, my whole, like all my apps now. If anyone hasn't yet put their stuff in the, let me do this. If anyone hasn't yet put their things in the Padlet, please do so. I shared the screen. Here we go. All right, let me go over to Bridge, which is where we started last time, where we have our main set of files. Those of you who just got, Kirk, you just got the application set up. Did you also download the class files? Are you ready to
Yes, yeah,
go?
yeah, I have the class files.
Wonderful. All right, okay. So here we are, we're in Bridge and actually heading back to Padlet for a second here. Thanks, Moni, for sharing all this. And anyone else who has stuff that they've made or done that wants to share, wants to tell me about it, that's great. And then I also like questions, like Shelly here, although Shelly isn't here. Oh, you arrived. Yes, Shelly is here. There we go. I thought you said that you were going to get here early, and then I'm looking up and going, so she has a question about the spot healing tool, the brush tool. There's some spots that get blurry. I try to look at it in the, oh, okay, I see some here, which is usually where you'll have issues, is on the edges. I don't see the blurry spots in the rest of this, so I would have to see the before and after. But yeah, the edges
Sienna?
are always a problem, right?
Are you showing us are you looking at the Padlet? Because we don't.
Yeah,
we
it's
see
not being
your.
shared. Oh,
No,
okay.
we're seeing
Add
your
that to the share then.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So this, I was just looking, okay, let me go back then. This is the Padlet, and everyone, if you want to take a look at this one that Shelly put in there, she was mentioning that she was having a hard time with the spot healing brush tool and the healing brush tool patching. But she has, I mean, I'm not sure where, to say the truth, if it's in a screenshot, it's hard to tell. And if you have many other areas that are blurry, I don't really see them, but I can't, except for this one. Over
Yeah,
here, there's
that's
some
worse.
stuff going on. And
Kind of,
if you're trying to take people out of here, one thing I want to say is that there's very little of this. And I can't tell what you had before, but if you had like many people here, there's not much to clone from. See what I mean? Like if you
Yeah,
had to take
exactly.
people from here, you'd have stuff over here to fill in, or if you had even people in the arch, which I know you can't go, but then you'd clone more arches. But if this is all you have, right? And all the people are there, then it's like you don't have much to put in. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. There were a ton of people in all the arches too. So those were pretty easy
Oh.
to do.
Oh, all
But-
right. Well, then there you go. So the main issue here would be that there's not much to copy from, and that you've got edges. So let me go back in here. Remember I told you, I think last week we talked about how the only time these tools are really hard to work are on the edges of things, right? Because
Right,
the
exactly.
tool goes around and you try to fix something that's here and it goes around and it picks up some of that. So then it does this little smear. So one solution to something like this, and if you were to post the original, it might be a bit easier to tell you, because right now I don't know what the original was, but it might be to make a patch, right? Like to sample this color, to sample what this bottom is, and to make a fake little patch on the side of kind of like that much, if you want, of fake space. And then you get to sample from that to put in here, protecting the edges. So you make a selection of this area. Oops, first. And I know that Shelley's done a bit of this stuff before, so she has some more idea. So maybe later we can try it, or if you can send me the file, we can try it. But you make a selection of the area that you're doing the corrections in first, so that when you do the corrections, it can't bleed into what's up there. See what I
Okay.
mean? Because
Yeah.
otherwise that's going to keep bleeding on that. And on the edges, you can make a bigger canvas, fix it first, and then cut the canvas into that again. So then that you kind of get that space. So anyway, if you
Alright.
want to send me the original and we can see a little bit about that, and it would be cool to see how you did. You said that, I said, oh, there's no people there. And you said that there were people. So most of it was really good. It's just the edges are very hard to handle, and you have to do a different kind of process. And in part, well, had I picked that up? Okay, so anyway, and then Saul here, he's always doing some funny stuff. Saul's also a student who's been in classes a while, and I guess he took the realism of getting the rhino into the house pretty powerfully. That's really cool. He's not here now, so I can't. But it's a funny one. All right, guys. So so mainly what we began to do is learn some basics of all the programs last time. We opened each one, saw where they were identical. We will slowly, as we go through them, see what's different and which one and how to use each one better. But we did a little bit of work inside of Photoshop, and inside of Photoshop, we just created something that would, let me just go to one of the basic ones that we created here. All we did was create a non-descriptive retouching kind of tool, where the changes that we made, which in this case had to do with that we eliminated the stuff that was in the background, happened on a different layer. And the main point I want to make about that is that after we did that, we did not have any more the chance to save that as a JPEG or flat file. This began to be a JPEG, began as a JPEG. And then once we put a layer in it, no matter how big, how small, how tiny, just an extra layer here, even if it was an empty layer, when we try to save that file, it cannot be saved unless we flatten it. Flatten it meaning we include the changes back into the image, which then it would be destructive. And what I mean by destructive is if this were to be flattened, you'd have this photo. Yeah, this photo that has been, correctly retouched, so to say, as your final project. But what if you did something wrong or didn't get the right bit off, or then you see that there's something that you need to keep fixing, then you've kind of lost the original. And so ideally, we're going to keep it in that layered mode, which is PSD, Photoshop document, pretty much from now on. We'll just keep it that way. If it's a small change, like in this photo, if all you need to do is take that line out and it's perfect and there's no changes, then yeah, you can flatten it. But I highly recommend always doing this, any change you make on an already duplicate photo. Like, you don't want to never have that original somewhere. That should be anything that we're doing here today in this class. We're starting with the consideration that every time you work with an image, you've already got the original saved somewhere, because if anything goes haywire or wrong, that original is what's going to be in the background to save the day, right? But as long as you in Photoshop, you keep doing things in a non-destructive way, then you can still come back to this file. So when we, and let me go back to Bridge, when we work with a file in InDesign, right? So InDesign is where we're going to lay out whatever piece we're creating, the book, the brochure, the banner, the web page, the poster for the thing. We'll create that in InDesign. When we bring that photo in from Photoshop that we've just finished editing, or maybe we edited it a long time ago, in the past, you could only bring flat files, right? So you had to kind of do a save as and bring that little flat file. But now we can actually bring a layered file. We can bring the PSD in there and keep working with it, keep modifying it until it's perfect. So we're going to begin to see how that works because we don't embed files, we just link them. Okay, so today we're going to create a basic layout in InDesign, and we go bring in a file from Photoshop, and we're going to see how the whole conversation about linking and embedded changes. And then that applies again to Illustrator. So it's one of the core concepts of this whole creating anything that we're going to create of this whole class is the difference between embedding and linking. So we're going to begin to approach that today. I also want us to consider today the whole conversation about resolution. So hopefully you've read that handout about pixels and resolutions from that I asked you to read last week. And we're going to begin on that. So yeah, I'm going to stop my share for a second here. I see a couple of hands. So Kirk.
I have all the art downloaded in a folder on my desktop. Am I supposed to put that into Photoshop somehow?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I have all your art files
Yes.
downloaded, in a file. It's on my desktop.
Okay.
It looks like yours are in something called Essentials in Photoshop. Am I supposed to upload those somehow to
Okay.
Photoshop?
No, this is Bridge. And what I have is I've opened that folder from Bridge. So and I opened the program Bridge, and in Bridge you go to wherever. So you have them in your desktop, you said. So you would go to the desktop here and you would find that folder and you would open it and you would be seeing these class files through Bridge.
Okay, where do I open Bridge?
Did you install the program?
Yes,
Okay, so then do you have a Mac or a PC?
Mac.
Okay, so if you have a Mac, you can go to the Spotlight. Spotlight is a way to search. If you know where it is, just do the command and space bar, brings up the Spotlight. Let me.
In Photoshop, just do Command Space
It's
bar.
not Photoshop, not Photoshop. This is before
Oh,
Photoshop. Let me just share my entire screen here for a second and you'll see. So hold on. This is
Actually, I have this
is
Creative
my entire
Cloud
screen.
symbol. Can I open it from there?
What's that?
I have this, I have a Creative Cloud symbol, and then when I open that, it says Bridge. Can I just open that?
But that would be to install it. Why don't you share your screen? Because that you said you already downloaded it. So you have it. If so, go ahead and share your screen with me and I'll help you on your computer so that you can see what you need to do. So have you shared your screen before? I believe we went through that.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Hang on.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, so
can I just do this?
yes, you can, but since there's a much simpler way than this, right? Yes, you can do it that way, but go ahead and go ahead and put this is a good time to teach you some basics. Go ahead and pull Photoshop up and fill your screen with Photoshop. Yeah, and fill your screen ideally would be click on the little green button that's on the top left. Yeah, and actually fill the screen. Perfect. Now, if you look at your dock on the left side of your computer, right? Keep going all the way to the bottom where you see the PS for Photoshop. Yeah, so now do a little right click on that. Do you know how to do a right click? Do you have yeah, there we go. And go to options and say keep in dock at the very top of that list. Good. And we're going to do that now also to everything else that opens up. So we're going to open up Bridge now. So you can either go and find the little I always get this name, help me out, the loop, the search. This is a word that
The magnifying
English is my
glass?
second language, and there's sometimes this word does not come out for me at all. I cannot produce this word, which is so weird. Which is the search shape.
Magnifying glass?
Thank you, magnifying glass. I have a blank with that word. I've had it forever. So there's a no, don't do, okay, what you just did with Photoshop, don't do that. Put it back, do the green button again on the left side. Yeah, and I'll tell you why later. but you have to learn to not move your apps because then you don't see all your tools. You'll see why in a minute later, but right now, the magnifying glass, not from Photoshop, but above the Mac one, which is the spotlight, up, above on your, keep going up where it says your date, Friday, March, way above. No, this is Photoshop. So you have to leave that, exit that search. Leave that. Mac, above Photoshop, you have a blue, nope. Put your mouse back where the magnifying glass is for this one. Now do not click. Move up about an inch to where your screen ends. Keep going up, there. Okay, right there, there's another magnifying glass. That is your Mac magnifying glass. Okay, move to the left about half an inch and you'll see a magnifying glass. One more icon. Oh, you move 2 icons to the right now. Maybe you have Zoom in the way. You have a magnifying glass.
This is remote control and then apps. I don't have anything in between. Do you see this?
No, because if it's Zoom, I don't see it. Okay, so let's do a shortcut to get to it. Under what you are seeing, which is Zoom stuff, under what you're seeing, you have the Mac search, but go ahead and go to your keyboard and hold down the Command key and then tap your space bar. That's the shortcut to pull up the search, the Spotlight search. There we go. Now write Bridge. See how it says Spotlight search? That's your Mac. This has nothing to do with Adobe. There it is. Hit return. Or, yeah, so now you've opened Bridge. Okay, see how it's opening up from your dock? Bridge is a different program. And these you've already installed, right, in your computer. So you just needed to search for them in your Mac. And here it comes. So go down there at the bottom and say yes to that. It says new startup script found. Say yes to that. Okay. Keep saying yes. You have to say yes a bunch of times because it's the first time you install it and it's updates. So keep saying yes, 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 like 5 or 6 or 7 times. Keep saying yes. Okay. And now go up to the top of this also, Ed, and go to the green button on the top. Yeah. And make it fill your screen. Okay. And now go to your dock where you see a BR, very bottom, way at the bottom, below, 2 more down there. Right click and say, keep in dock. Options, keep in dock. There we go. So now you see in your dock how Photoshop and Bridge are next to each other. Go to your dock. Move your mouse to your dock. Good. Now click on now you're seeing Bridge. Now click on the PS. Now you see Photoshop. Now go click on BR. Now you see Bridge and you see the entire thing. And we're going to do that same thing with Illustrator and InDesign. You're never going to move your apps around like you were doing. You're just going to go in your dock and click from one to the next to have them work. Now you said that you put your file on your desktop. So go to your desktop and Bridge now. So move your mouse into Bridge now. Move your mouse into the program, like get off the dock. Okay, and then on the left side, you see a column that says favorites, computer, desktop, documents. Click on desktop. You said you put your files on the desktop, right? So go to desktop. Yeah, click on that. And then there's your download digital design techniques. Yeah, and then drag it. Nope, don't double click. Go back one. So go up above, right above where it says your name and go to the right to the word desktop. Yeah, desktop. Okay, now grab that digital design techniques folder and drag it to your left to the area that says pictures right under that. Yeah, underneath, one under. Okay, not there. Now you have to undo, say Command D. Don't let go until I say, because you put it in a folder called pictures. Or go to your folder called pictures and take it from there. Go to your folder called pictures. Say allow access. And now grab that download digital design techniques. And if you still want it in your desktop, you'll have to move it back to desktop. Now, do you want to keep it in your pictures folder or in your desktop? Because you just moved the folder.
It doesn't matter to me.
Well, as long as you know where it is in the future, if you want to move it, go now. What we're going to say next then, leave it here in pictures, but when I ask you to put it back in that area on the left now, you need to put it under, below pictures, okay? So grab the folder called download digital technique, there, let go. Okay, good. Now click on download digital sign techniques. Click on that. Yep. And there you go. Now you have the files. This is good. And we're ready to go. From here, we're gonna open any of the other applications that we need. So I believe you probably don't have the files that we did last class. You probably have just what we downloaded. So you probably don't have the layered version of this that
No.
we did. You probably left that up in VDI.
Yeah.
So, which is fine. So, just so that we're gonna start with a different image anyway later, but we have a minute, we can open that one up and catch you up. But for now, stay where you are. I'm gonna stop your share. Everyone else who's here, Patricia, is that you, Patricia Carranza? Or which Patricia is here? I'm looking at the roster. Is there another Patricia?
Patricia
Infos?
Wood.
What's that?
Patricia Wood.
Oh, Wood. Okay, good. So can you please add your last name? Do you know how to change your name in the roster?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you hover over your little box that has your name, perfect. Great. There we go. We have another Patricia in class. That's why I was like, are you Carranza or? Okay, great. Amy, yes.
I just had a question about using Google Drive, so I'm in Bridge and I opened up Google Drive and I see my spring 2024
Mhm.
download techniques. Is there a way to drag that over to have it be a shortcut in Bridge?
Yeah, same thing that we just did. So when
Okay.
you find it in your Google Drive, wherever you find it, you just grab that folder, okay?
Okay.
And
And then
in this
drag it over
case,
to
and then
favorite?
just put it like right there in this bottom area. So
Okay. And will it remember me when I come back in?
yeah, that stays. That from now on, every time you
Oh,
open the page, you just
awesome.
click that and it just comes here.
Okay,
You
thank
never
you
have to
so
do that,
much.
which is why then you have to avoid looking for it anymore.
That's
It'll always
great.
be there.
Thank
Mhm.
you so much.
No, it's great. You're welcome. Let me see. So hi, Jinsu. Nice to see you. Patricia, remind me if you are on your own apps or if you were on VDI. If you're saying something, I can't hear you. Guys, go to the chat also, everyone, and give me a little hi.
BDI.
You're on VDI, Patricia. Okay, so you have the files, you got everything.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So now let's go ahead and I'm going to share my screens again and we're going to open. Hold on, share my screen with all my different files. Perfect. So starting from Bridge, what we're going to do now is we are going to, by default, your folder should look about like this, but you can choose to have these things be bigger or smaller in case sometimes people move them up really big or really small with this little arrow over here, minus, minus, or plus, plus. I'm gonna have them smaller just so that I can have a better idea or gander at all of my files, okay? Now, I'm gonna have us open this bottommost image. If you have them by alphabetical order, it's called Web Banner Start. And it's a PSD file, see that? So by being a PSD file, what that means is that it'll open in what program?
Photoshop.
It's gonna be in Photoshop and it's gonna be a layered file. We already know that just from looking at that. The other thing that we are going to start paying attention now in all these files is the conversation about pixels and resolution and when it needs to have resolution or not. So the name of this file is Web Banner, right? It so happens to be already named something that tells us what's the end product. What is this going to be? Meaning it'll be something that's for the web. So hopefully you guys had a chance to read the handout. So for those of you who did, what matters to a photo or an image based off of a photo that's going to be on the web? What kind of considerations do I need to have to make sure that it's going to be a good fit for the web? Can anyone remember? Does
The resolution and the size.
does resolution matter for the web? Does size matter for the web? Does pixels matter for the web? What matters? Who remembers? I see some mouths moving, but no sound. So if you know what I'm talking about, if so,
Is
make
it
your sound.
pixels, 72 DPI, maybe?
Yeah, so pixels is the perfect answer. And 72 DPI is resolution. And I'm going to say that, yes, pixels is what matters and resolution does not matter at all.
Oh,
But we'll talk about more why it does or doesn't matter, because if at all you've been doing digital graphics for many, many years, people tend to say what you said is true. 72 DPI, they say, is screen resolution, meaning it's a resolution an image has to be at to be on a screen. And we're going to discover that that's not true. But it is kind of ingrained in the consciousness of people, because when you take a picture with a camera, any photo, any camera that exists in the world, you take a photo. If you look at that photo in the computer after it comes out of the camera, it will say 72 PPI. So people will think, for better or for worse, that that is considered screen resolution. We're gonna demystify that. But so yes, you were right in that that's what the world thinks, but you are wrong in that it doesn't really matter. And we're gonna explain why. Okay, so no one really should know why it's not at this point until the explanation comes up. Now, there's one big thing that no one mentioned yet. If I go to the internet, what would be my most important consideration if I go to the internet for a file to be usable?
It shouldn't take too long to load.
Exactly. It should be as small as possible as far as file size. Now, I said that pixels are the file size, but not really. These are two different dimension instead of size is what we use in the world of computers, because size, file size, means how much space it occupies on your computer, how much space that occupies in your time that it takes to upload to the internet and then to download to the internet. When people on the other side click on your web page, it needs to download very quickly. So that's the file size we're talking about. And it has nothing to do with pixels. There's some relationship to pixels, but not a direct relationship. So that file size is the first and foremost consideration that we need, okay? And the second one would be, of course, how many pixels does it have to be? Are you making this fill your page? Are you making this be only a little thumbnail? Is this going to be your hero image? Is it going to be a banner? Like what size it has to be depends on what job that picture will have once it's on the internet, right? So when we were first creating the thing, if I look at this image now, the metadata on the right side is telling me that it is 1920 pixels wide, like that, by 600 pixels tall, which is that one, height, width, and height. Okay, and that is the size of a banner. And this is not the file that's going to be going to the internet. This is a file that is beginning to be worked on. Thus, we're not worried right now too much of the fact that it's 9.28 megabytes, because that's humongous for a web page. We would never want it to be that big. I'll talk now about what sizes we want. But it also says 300 PPI. Who remembers what's 300 PPI? What's that number? What does a 300 PPI mean? Does it have a particular meaning to anyone?
Pixels per inch, right? Is that
And pixels per inch and the word 300, okay? 300 means that it is good for what? All right, people for who have taken this class before, what's 300 PPI?
What do you mean? What is it? I mean, it's where you start for it to be a good resolution, right?
A good resolution for what? I'm testing you guys right now.
For printed materials?
Printed materials, exactly. If you're going to print something, you need to have it be 300 PPI. Now, we're going to talk more about that. By the way, just to be clear, because I'm asking these questions, I'm going to be explaining a lot about pixels and resolution, but just to remember, just to make sure, I did tell you guys to read the handout, didn't I?
How do you get that handout? Can you email it to me? Or where is it?
It's in the class handouts. So when you go to Digital Design Techniques where you downloaded the files, down here are all the class handouts. These are all in the same place where you downloaded the files, okay? When you went to the shared drives and you opened Digital Design Techniques, that had a folder with the files that you downloaded, and then a whole bunch of class files of different kinds. And one of them that I asked everyone to read was this one, new pixels, image size, and resolution. I believe, didn't I also attach it to an email that I sent last week?
I don't know. Can you remind me how to get to the drive again? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But let me just share something with you before I do that. I'm going to go to the emails that I've sent you, not you, I've sent the class. Okay. Hello. And last Friday, Design Techniques homework. So this is an email that I sent you guys last Friday. Oh, and I can see there that you answered to me. So Digital Design Techniques homework and important links. I want you guys to check those files, okay? Because in this email, I said, okay, here's a video showing you how to get to our class files,
Okay.
how to get to the handouts, how to find a link for the class recordings. And then I had forgotten to attach the recording. And so then I emailed you the next day with that because someone told me you guys didn't have it. Then I told you how to get to Padlet, the class survey, VDI. So there's just so much information here. Processing, how to buy it, just reminding you that if you have all this to please do it. And then over here, I guess I did not attach the handout itself, which normally I won't attach the handout. You have to go get it yourselves with how to get to our class files. But I'm just saying all of this, not to make anyone wrong, but to say after today, when class is over, if you need to, again, get to the class files and you don't remember, just go to this email where I put all the links in there,
Right.
okay?
Just to confirm, you can't send emails to our real emails. We have to go to Pipeline to get all this stuff.
I can send, no, I can send emails to any email that you
I'm
guys.
not used to checking Pipeline. I check my regular email. on
Yeah,
Gmail.
so, Kirk,
No, I get it. When you send something to the pipeline, it comes automatically to my email.
well, it depends
Oh.
how you
Right.
set it up. No, Kirk. If the email that you gave me is active, kevans2121 at
Yes.
Gmail, that is you got that in there too, okay? Because I send it to Pipeline and to personal.
Oh, okay.
I sent it to
Okay.
both. And in fact, here you answered, right? Today, you answered to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So
All right.
you are
Yeah,
getting,
I haven't. Thank you.
okay. Now, I always send it to both because some people don't ever check their pipeline, but you should, as long as the personal email you gave me is active and working, which some people didn't do, to have an old email at school or something, then you should be able to be getting it everywhere. All right. So now that was just so that you can go and check those things. Now, where you're going to find them is in here in the Pipeline Google Drive. So right? That is where all the class files are, and they won't be there. And I won't be emailing you these links all the time. I emailed you once the recording link, but from now on, you have to come here after class and open this folder and open this file, and there's the link for last week's class, okay? So after tonight, you'll go over here and you'll find the link to today's recording, but you'll have to come here and do that with, you know, by yourself. I won't be emailing you these links anymore. It's all on that email. And how to get here, you go into Pipeline, shared drives, digital design techniques. All right. Okay, so Padlet. Yes, Shelley.
Oh, I just wanted to say, my son got a ticket at SBCC, a parking ticket, and I wanted to contest it. So I went online and I had to submit pictures of his license plate and stuff like that. And it said that the files were too large. And I was like, oh, no problem. I pulled the pictures into Photoshop and went in and did the 2-up and condensed the file and then sent it back in. So it was really, I felt like a pretty
That's so
smart.
cool. That's so cool. Moni was saying
Yeah.
how she, you know, used this to do some stuff that was strictly design, and then you find another reason to show why it's good to understand
Yeah.
this conversation. Yeah, yeah. When you have
Normally
to,
I would have been like,
photos.
what?
Yeah, because the other day a friend said, I'm supposed to make this smaller. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, here, I'll do it for you. You're my friend, but you should take my class. So anyway, good point. Yeah. So that's the conversation we're having. So if you haven't yet taken, had a chance to read that handout, by the way, this is why we had started talking about handouts. This is the handout that I need you guys to read. New pixels, image size, image resolution, and Photoshop. I'm going to go ahead and assume that you haven't read it yet, given that I guess there might have been confusion from last week. I will talk now about resolution, but please read it during this week so that by the time we get to class next week, there's a more cemented understanding and a place for you to review the stuff that we're going to talk about today. Okay, because this is kind of crucial. Understanding this is crucial to digital design, to anything that has to do with files that you're going to create for any project or any product. You need to understand the whole conversation about resolution or not. And so now going back to the questions I was asking, this says, the file says web banner. It's telling me this is going to be for the web, in which case if I go over here to the little summary, the 300 PPI is not necessary because I will not need that much information if I'm going to put this file in the internet. That much information is what makes the file so big. If it's going to go to the internet, this file can have, like we won't even care about the resolution. But what this tells me is if I were to print this for any reason, that means that it's good enough to be printed. Now, what size does that mean it's good enough to be printed? And as I head down, 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 down here, if my resolution is 300 PPI, that means that I can print it at 6.4 inches by 2 inches. So it's this little long and thin-ish piece. Okay, so at 300 PPI, 6.5 by 2 is what I'm going to get out of it, which is, you know, appropriate for the proportion that this happens to be. Now, when we open this, we're going to work with that so that it's more appropriate to what it needs to be once it's going to the screen instead of to print. So, but at least we keep this in mind of what we have in here to know that that's what we're starting with, right? So let's go ahead and double click on it, and it's going to open in Photoshop because it's a PSD file. So even if you haven't opened Photoshop, Photoshop will open itself up. Now, some of you might be getting a message about fonts. If so, let me know. But if it's just opening, then fine. Then it's just opening. Is anyone getting some kind of question about fonts, or is it all fine for everyone?
It's fine.
Now, this answer would be different for everyone normally, except for the fact that this is a font. The font called Georgia is kind of universal to different computers, so it should be safe that everyone should have it. But say that this had been designed with a font that I have exclusively on my computer, and I open it fine. you guys would be opening it in it, and you would be having all these messages of like, whoops, can't find the font. Do you need to replace the font and stuff like that? So we're going to talk quite a bit about fonts too. That's another issue that we're going to have. Oh, Amy, is it happening to you?
It is on the virtual machine. So it says your graphics processor is incompatible. Or is that
Yeah,
just a
that one you have to
general
say
one?
okay to. That's Photoshop, just not
Okay, that's a general one.
NVDA.
Okay,
Not
How
working.
do not show again? Is that what I should do?
Yeah.
Or- Okay.
Yeah, because it's never, that's part of like VDI not being set up for this. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not the same thing. Okay, no, it
That's
looks
the,
like
yeah,
that's good.
NVDI, whenever you open your Photoshop, it's gonna say that the graphics processor is incompatible. Fortunately, it's still working. But at some point, Photoshop won't work on VDI anymore unless they change that. And it's been happening for 2 years, and they've been working on it for 2 years. And while Photoshop still works, they're not gonna change anything. The moment Photoshop stops working, hopefully they'll do something to the VDI processors, but for now it's fine. All right. But there was no font message. And when we will open some files where there will be a font message, and you will see what I'm talking about, because we do have some of those. But over here, if you look at this image, we have 2 layers, okay, which is why it was a PSD. And if I look at my layers on the left side, on the right side, I'm sorry, we'll see that it says background is one of them. And this one on top is a font layer, a text layer. I'm gonna turn this eyeball off to turn off the text layer. And that leaves me with just what's in the background, okay? Now, this is an image that's already been altered. Obviously, it's already been turned into a black and white outside of this place. And here's just the text that's going on top. But just if I were to flatten these two, right? Convert it into an image where this is, if you want, stuck onto this other one, then had I made a typo, I wouldn't be able to fix it. Or what if I wanted to then change the name of my business because I decided I don't like it to be fried egg. I want it to be eggplant catering, whatever. The whole point is once it's stuck, if this were flattened, I wouldn't be able to change it. So this is a perfect example of stuff that you will always need to keep as layered. Fine. This is the master file is what we're going to call it. Master file, meaning we are going to have it be always available to keep changing. Yet to put it on the internet, we do have to flatten it. We cannot put a PSD big file on the internet. So that's going to be an output file. So I'm going to have this file plus my output file. And just like the other day, we worked on the flowers and then we retouched it. We saved that and in VDI, and I did it on my other computer, I believe last time because I was having so much problems with this one. So I don't have it in this one, but in Bridge, you should have this one. If you go to Bridge Plus, you should have the layered file where we did the correction. So that means that you already have 2 files, right? The layered one plus the original. In this case, we only have the layered one. Now we're going to create that file that's going to go out to the internet. So this will be your master file, and then you will have an extra file for output to the internet. Okay. Say that the same thing had to be printed. Then you would have another version with other settings that's going to be good for sending it to print. And then maybe this is going to be a banner that you're going to be using. And then you're going to have another output that's going to be banner. And you'll have 3 different outputs of this file for 3 different needs. Does that make sense, you guys? The master file holds all the information. And then the other 3 are files that if it's the only time I'm going to use it, later I can get rid of it. I'm never going to print that banner again because it was a one-time use. Sure, I can get rid of it. Or no, I'm going to keep printing that banner once a year because for some reason I lost the one from last year. Then yeah, I can make another one, right? But this is the one that you never want to get rid of. The one that has all the information that you need. So now back in Photoshop, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. In this file, let's go ahead and add another change. We're going to go ahead and make this background instead of black and white. We're going to make it, it'll stay black and white, but it'll be a tone. maybe it can be a tone of yellow or a tone of blue or a tone of red. It's gonna have a tone of some kind, which right now it doesn't. So we're gonna select the background layer. Select the background layer, the bottom layer. And now we're gonna add way down here. Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure, are we, since I wasn't using this computer last week because of the glitches it was having, I want to confirm, what workspace did I ask you guys to work in last week? Was it graphic and web, or was it essentials, or was it photography? Do you guys remember?
I think you said essentials.
Was it essentials? Okay.
I think we switched back and forth a little. Mine's on.
Did we go back and
photography.
forth? Let's stay in essentials then. If you guys
Okay.
are up and down on different ones, let's go up to be in essentials. Just go check so that we're all in the same one, okay?
Where
That
do
way-
you do that? I don't know where to do that.
Okay, so on the far right, top above where it says share and there's a magnifying glass, then there's this little box, and that box represents the computer workspaces. And my share doesn't show all the words, but you can see over here
Okay,
at the beginning of
got
it.
it.
So choose essentials, which by default, people are in essentials if they haven't changed it. It's just that I believe depending on the needs that we do change it, and I'm not remembering right now if I had you guys change it or not, sorry. So if in case we did, let's go back to essentials, okay. So now we have at the bottom here is the layers panel. And the layers panel is one of our most important panels. And right now I can select my two different layers, and the one that I want you to select is your background. Head down to where we create our adjustment layers, and these little icons here, there's one that's a round circle that's black and white. We're going to click on that one. And we're going to choose a hue saturation. And boom, we have created a new layer. This is called an adjustment layer. Yep, Kirk?
I'm just trying to figure out, I have, two windows open, one for you and one for Photoshop, and I'm on a, a laptop. How do I get back and forth? Is there any way to have them both on screen at the same time, or?
Yeah, and the only way to do that, if you don't have another screen or iPad or something like that, then you have to put half of your screen with Photoshop and the other half with Zoom. So if you want to share your screen, I can give you a hand with that. Let me stop my share. I'm going to share your screen. Although, oh, when you're sharing your screen, yeah, we'll do it a little bit. Okay, so all right, so since I cannot see the zoom that you have when you share it, so where do you have zoom, on the right side or on the left side? Where do you have your zoom? Move your mouse around to kind of mark the area.
I have this area here where, there's where you are. I guess
Okay.
that's the Zoom, right?
All right, so then Photoshop, first of all, both of your bridge and your Photoshop have been moved aside. And remember, we talked about not doing that because then you can't
Yeah, I
see,
don't-
like, on the left side, you don't have your
What I'm
Photoshop
trying to
tools
figure
for
out
it.
is how do I navigate all
Yeah.
this
So
stuff?
first of all, move your Photoshop a bit more to the right because you need to see your tools, which you don't see now. Yeah. Now go ahead and put it as near as possible to the dock.
Put it as what?
Your Mac dock. You want to
Yeah.
move your Photoshop and use as best as, yeah. So don't go to the dock, rather go to Photoshop now and move it a little bit. No, you already have Photoshop there. Go to your gray Photoshop program. You were just moving it around. Yeah.
Go to what?
Photoshop, the program that you were just moving around. Photoshop, yeah, that one. Now, put your mouse on where you're going to move it from the top. Right now you have it in a selection mode. Go up to where it says Adobe Photoshop. Go up to where, yeah. And now click and move it as much to the left as you can without hiding your tools, and about, yeah, move it to the left without hiding your tools. Click and drag. Yeah, click. Yeah. Okay. Now go to the very far right of Photoshop now. Far right, which is a little bit further right. Yeah. To the edge, to the right side, not to the bottom.
Well, this thing is.
Put your mouse on the edge of Photoshop. Okay. Yes, and now move that right there. Now click and drag that in so that you make space on the other side for zoom, okay? For where you see my sample. Now, that means it's gonna get quite small, but you can still minimize the size, and you probably can have a bit more Photoshop and a bit less of me demoing. Like you could probably have maybe 2/3 and 1/3. So that, meaning to have a bit more space, but also you can still make, yeah, and maybe pull it down so that at least you use the bottom space more, all the way down as much as you can, yeah. And then you're the same thing with, put your mouse now inside of Photoshop. Put it over Photoshop, okay. So see the bar, the long columns that you have? And it's probably easier for me to demo this, but there's like a line that divides all the tools between move to the right, just move to the right until I tell you to stop. Okay, now move your mouse to the left until you touch the first vertical line. Keep going to the left, keep going to the left. There, that one. Now touch it until you get double-headed arrow. There, yeah, whoop, get your double, okay, click and drag and move it to the right. There you go, occupying less space. Okay, so that's the most it'll move. It won't move much less. Okay, so there you go. That's as big as you can have Photoshop. Now you need to grab your bridge and do exactly the same thing. So go grab bridge. Yep, click on that.
Do I click on this?
Yep. Okay, and now grab bridge and bring it all the way up and have it occupy that same space that we just put Photoshop in.
This, you know, this bar with you on it keeps getting in the way. I don't know what I do with that.
Okay, so go up to where it says down bridge, up to the same as you did with Photoshop. Go up to the top of this program, yes, and move it up higher now because now you're missing the bottom part, yeah. And you're gonna have to grab that, make it smaller from the top. So put your mouse, no, stay where you were, stay where you were, stay where you were, up in the top where you were moving it to the left. You were on the gray bar. Go up with your mouse to the gray bar, yeah, and go a little bit higher until you get a double-headed arrow. Ah, right there, there. Click and drag down. There, not smaller than Photoshop, make it as big as Photoshop. Go up, up, up. Yep, okay. And now go to the very far right of this program. That's good, that's good. Now go to the very, no, what are you doing? No. Leave it where it is. Keep it, no, go. All the way to the dot, yeah, keep going. Cover Photoshop with it. Cover Photoshop with it, and there. And now go all the way to the far right. Right is the other side. Right. Yeah, and there, grab the edge and move it in to be also as big as Photoshop. Okay. No. Same size. Yep, about there. Okay. Now, hopefully when you stop sharing, right? Now I'm going to stop your share. Now when I share my screen, okay, now when I share my screen, hopefully now you can put me sharing this onto that right side that we left empty. You can resize it so that you can see me giving you examples. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but they're still overlapping. You know, my left one is 2/3
Yeah.
of the screen, and now this one is the same
Actually,
size as
yeah,
that.
so go ahead and resize zoom. Resize zoom so that you see, I'm gonna make my zoom a little bit
Besides this one,
skinnier. What's that?
this one here, I make smaller.
Yeah, resize the one that is my share. My share, resize it so that it fits on the other size, and then now you can have both in a row.
Am I still sharing? Can you see this? Is this right?
Nope, you're not, because I'll never be able to see your zoom. So that's why I stopped your share. Now I'm sharing so that you can now resize what I'm sharing to fit only
Okay,
like,
well, I
your-
guess this is what I'm supposed to do.
what's that?
Okay, I guess I have what, you know, I have like
Yeah.
2/3 Photoshop and 1/3
Mhm.
Zoom.
That's as good as it's gonna get for now. And yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so now even if it's a bit of an overlap, when you click on Photoshop, you should be able to see most of my zoom, and if not, you can move it around a little bit more. Okay. So what I was saying is that we were gonna open, in case you didn't do it again, let me go back to Photoshop, go down to your layers, selecting your background layer, and we're going to go down and click on this little circle, which is how we create adjustment layers. We're gonna select one time and click on hue saturation,
Where's the circle?
go to your layers,
Layer, where's, oh, okay, I'm in layers.
bottom of layers, you have these icons.
Oh, the circle that's half shaded,
Circle and choose
Adjusted?
hue saturation.
create new fill or adjustment layer, is that the one?
Yeah,
So click that and make a layer.
and say hue saturation.
Okay.
Once you click on hue saturation, now we have over here a new layer. This is going to allow us to change the color, or in this case, the hue is color, saturation is the brightness or intensity of whatever is right underneath it. Now there's one tiny catch. This is black and white, and the hue saturation layer does not do very well at all with black and white. I mean, it's black and white, it's gray and black, right? But if I tried to go over here, for those of you who've used hue saturation before, when you move this around, you should technically, in the past, you've been changing colors when you've used hue saturation layer here. But in those of you who have taken Photoshop with me before, you know that the hue saturation does not work on black nor white and all of their grays in betweens, which is why that's not working. So we need to go down to the word colorize, click on that little button. And now you can see how we're managing to get a color across everything. You can
Where's
make
the
it more
colorize button?
saturated, less saturated, more dark. What's that?
Where's the colorize button?
Right here.
It's
So I'm
so
gonna-
small, I'm having trouble seeing this.
Okay, so right above our hue saturation, you should have this thing called properties. And in the properties, should be seeing these colored lines. Do you find that? These sliders?
Well, the circle for hues, I'm sorry,
Go ahead and share your screen.
well, now
Share your screen so I can show you where it is and
you know,
then,
these things are so small, they're not showing me all the functions. I guess I got to drag this out again to find share my
no,
screen.
don't share your screen before you do anything. I want to make sure.
I don't have an option for sharing my screen. I think it's because it's all so condensed. No, I'm dragging it out. Oh, there it is now. Okay.
Your Zoom window you say is condensed. Yeah, if when you condense your Zoom, you might find the share screen under the three dots that say more. Okay, so oh, I see what you mean. So with in your properties panel, you over there, put your mouse over the properties panel. It says hue saturation, and then you don't see anymore, right? So on the far right, you'll see that there's a little scroll bar, so you can keep going down. Yeah, there we go. And there's your colorize. Right,
Yeah.
so our resolution of our screens are different. Okay, and now you have to go back up. No. Yeah, go to the scroll bar. You turn on the colorize, and now you need to go and scroll up again. There you go, and now you have hue and saturation. So now the hue, down the slide bar, the color bars, the sliders. You were moving one. Yeah, grab that hue and you can move it all around to get different colors. And then the one underneath is the saturation to see how intense you want it. And then if you scroll down a little bit more is a lightness to see how bright you want it or not. So scroll down a tad more on the scroll bar. Go use the scroll bars on the right side and drag it a little bit there. Now you have your three sliders. Now you can move and find color, saturation, and lightness. No, that right there. Perfect. Now move those three. I'm going to stop your share. And yeah, so one thing that I have to remember that when you guys are using your, when you guys are using your Photoshop, you don't have usually the same amount of space that I might have. And it's just based on whatever resolution your screen is at. So some of you guys have, like I have a lot of space here, but you know how Kirk didn't have a lot of space. That depends on the resolution of your screen. So there's always a way to zoom up and down. I don't need to because I see the whole thing. But if you ever get to the place, like say that my layers were bigger and it would be like that, then you have to go up and down on these to see everything, okay? I'm
You
gonna
said
actually-
something about two screens. If I open this Zoom meeting on another computer, then can I have like my Photoshop on one screen and the Zoom meeting on the other? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, we covered at the very beginning of last class, I proposed that anyone who has an extra screen of some type or another, be it another laptop, an iPad or something, that you should be having Zoom open twice, and in one you
that would
watch
be
me and in one you work,
better.
okay? All right, so now let's continue with this. Hopefully choose a color, any color, but you can't, colorize. Choose a tone that you want to have. Be that, I actually want to lighten it a bit, and this is a typical tool used for things like backgrounds or banners or stuff, which is to turn the image that would have been really busy. It's probably like a checkout at a supermarket. It would have been very colorful. This is a typical tool used for design where you just make everything black and white and you just give it a general color. You kind of make it be in the background. I don't know, I don't think, let me make it into the bluish tones. That's about good. All right, so now we have 3 layers. It doesn't matter what you choose, as you can have a different reason for wanting one or another. But what matters most right now, and we're going to talk about text in a minute, but right now what we're going to do is say, okay, that's good. That's what I want. Let's save this file. Okay, so Control or Command S. And I'm going to actually do a save as because I want to keep the original as a sample without color. So I'm going to be changing it, but it's just me because I don't want to change the class files. But you guys can just save, okay? And once it's saved, we're going to take this as is, and we're going to use this in a design. We're going to put this in InDesign. Now, the point of this right now is for it to go to the web. And usually we don't use InDesign for going to the web. So right now, I mean, this thing said web banner, right? But let's assume that we're going to be making this into a banner, like for a fair or a market or, you know, something like that. And this is going to be, or in my store, or maybe I'm going to one of those, I'm having a blank on the names when people, a food show or something, God, Solstice or one of those places where there's, where you sit there and offer food to buy. God, I'm having a blank. I couldn't come up with magnifying glass. When you go to sell food and you have a little stall and you want to put it on top, and so you're making a big banner for the top of your stall for, say, Solstice or one of those things for a parade and whatnot. So that's what we're going to be doing. Now, in order to see if we can do that, right, we first need to go back to Bridge and say, okay, what's my PPI or my DPI? DPI is dots per inch, PPI is pixels per inch. So we don't talk about DPI until we go to print. This image in Bridge is for PPI, is showing me that it's going to be, if I want to print it, 6x2. How's that going to work if I want it to be a banner in my stall at a show? What do you guys think?
That seems like a good size, right? 6 by 2 feet.
Inches? 6 inches by 2 inches?
Oh, inches. I thought you said
Yeah.
feet.
That
It
might
would be
work
better
for-
for like a menu, right? It's the right size to print for your menu or your flyer that you're. gonna
Yeah, or a ticket, like a coupon, like, or something like that, like you paid for 2 dishes, go there and pick up your drink or something like that. But it certainly won't work for a banner, right? For the stall. So, yeah, I could have loved it and thought it was gonna be great and beautiful, and this is what I'm gonna do, but truly, the file just isn't big enough. I am limited, but what I can do because of that original amount of pixels that I have, which is 1920 by 600. What I see there, that I cannot technically change. When I say technically, it's because in reality, there are tools now that you can put certain photos that would be able to make it bigger and you wouldn't notice the difference too much. And in this case, this is one of them because going back to Photoshop, there's nothing back there that is very specific. It's not like it's a portrait of a person that would get distorted if I make it big. I could probably duplicate the size of this and it would still be good, or triplicate, because it would still be kind of a blurry background photo. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I could force it to get bigger and it would still a fuzzy background photo. It wouldn't matter. But if this was a portrait of a person, I could never do that. The person's going to get all distorted. Okay, so now I go, oh shoot, I can't use it for a banner, but I can, thank you. But I can use it for example, like you said, the top of a menu or something like that. So let's go ahead and create that, like a little flyer that you hand out that has the menu for what you're going to be, the price list, right? So we're gonna make it be, it's open InDesign because we haven't really used InDesign yet. So let's go ahead and click on InDesign. I already had it open. If you don't remember how to open InDesign, go ahead and once again, do your Command spacebar, and then the spotlight search will pop up and write the word InDesign. It's one word, and it should pop up. Now, Kirk, I can hear some reverb of me now that you connected with 2 things. Please mute your second computer so that it doesn't have sound on, so you don't have both on them. Can you do that? please?
My one computer is muted.
Oh, okay. Then I'm seeing both have, it's okay. I don't hear myself too much, so that's
I
fine.
just turned the volume down on that one.
Okay, there you go. That's better. All right, cool. So then please search for InDesign and open InDesign. And we're going to create a file, a layout in InDesign that starts with this banner on the top. And give me a yes when you all have InDesign open. I know that it takes quite a while for it to open. It's a much slower program than all the rest to open up. So once you have, once you've got InDesign open, give me a yes. And then I'll proceed because this part is important. Creating a file from scratch is very important. So I need to make sure that everyone's there with me at the same time. Kirk, are you finding how to open InDesign?
I have InDesign open.
Okay, good.
I don't know where my Zoom screen is at this point to click those little yes buttons or whatever.
Okay.
I mean, it must be under here somewhere.
It's the same, yeah. I don't know where you have it, but yeah. Amy and Dorothy, Patricia, Moni, Jinsu, Shelley. Oh, Shelley, already, you said so in the other one, yeah.
Just
Do you have it
commented.
open?
I
Is that
see
fine?
the screen, I mean, I see the whatever, the little graphic that says, welcome to InDesign or whatever, the one that says the copyright. So
Yeah,
it's still in the process of opening, but it has.
it's opening, but you're on the way there, okay.
Yeah,
Patricia, how are you doing?
I'm not seeing my InDesign Can you do a share screen with me?
Go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you.
Okay, so, right now are you on BDI? Yeah, you're on BDI. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, what I don't
little
see is
behind.
your bottom. Yeah, so go ahead and, it's like you have VDI inside of VDI. It's like you have two VDI windows.
Maybe I
Kinda
did that.
Go for a second to the tab that says VMware Horizon.
Huh?
Yeah, and now move to the right, to the gray area. Keep going to the right. Yeah, and then click and, no, not to the plus sign, go to the bit more to the gray area. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
click and drag and move it out of the way a little bit, like move it down. It's like you have two setups of VDI, see that and that.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
really confusing. So let's go ahead and then bring this bottom one that I told you to move out of the way and just close that one.
Close
Yeah,
the one at the bottom.
Yeah, move it to the, yeah, move this thing, move it up. No, you don't want to keep it in the bottom. Just move it up again and let's get rid of that. Yeah, move it up, move it to the left. You can get rid of the two tabs.
Just close it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So now we are in this one.
Mhm.
And even though this is VDI, I'm not seeing your tabs. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Where is your, it's like, this is bizarre. You should have, if it's VDI, you should have your bar underneath. Let's do this. Let's minimize Photoshop. Go up to where you see the top right of Photoshop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then move down a little bit. No, don't move it down. Just move your mouse down and to the minimize your Photoshop. So go up to where you see that. No. Open it all up as much as you can.
Okay.
Yeah, and now, when I say minimize, go up to the, as if you were gonna close it, but don't. Go to the X as if you were about to turn it out. No, not there. Go down. Yeah, don't click on it. Go to the left and go to that little tiny line. Yeah, that's minimizing it. That one, go a little bit. No, you were there. A top. Next to the X, there's two. Yeah, that one. That minimizes it.
Mhm.
Okay, and I'm trying to see, it's like your desktop is missing. Oh, because you didn't open. I understand now. Okay. You're running Photoshop without opening the desktop. So go ahead and click on that X to close Photoshop because that's not where you open Photoshop from. Go to the student desktop. Okay. So that's what, okay. It's so confusing because when you first get into VDI, it shows you Photoshop and you opened it from there, but you need to go to the student desktop to open up because then it works like a computer. Because these programs that you see right there, Adobe Acrobat, Illustrator, Photoshop, like that, those are limited. It doesn't give you access to what we need, nor to the files, nor, as you can see, to InDesign, nor to Bridge. So yeah, you're kind of limited. So go ahead and say again, I'm going to stop your share because when you do it this way, when you're sharing, your screen is pretty busy. So I stopped your share right now. Go ahead and tell me when that desktop opens up and you might need to set up the connection again. I don't know, but go ahead and if it says again that it's taking too long, you might need to set up that connection again.
It's thinking.
Hi, Anai, nice to see you.
Hi, Diana, how are you?
Good. So we're opening InDesign. Do you have remind me if you have your own applications or if you have VDI?
No, I have VDI.
Okay. So and you're all open and ready to go, or are you still opening up?
I'm still opening up. My
Okay.
VDI has been crashing a lot, so hopefully it doesn't crash today, but I'll try and get that
hope so.
situated.
Once you're open and ready to go ahead and open Bridge and InDesign.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. And Patricia, how's it working with you?
It's still doing the cycle. Processing. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be taking too long. If it goes for one more minute, then you might need to just sign, do you remember how to sign out correctly from VDI?
I believe so.
Sign out, go to the top and say sign out and then sign in again. And then when you're in, click on student desktop. Don't go just to Photoshop. That doesn't work at all. Once you sign in again, you can share your screen and I'll help you move it. Yes, Moni?
So I'm doing VDI right now since I can't get into my subscription. So, and it does seem to be a bit slow.
Mm. Yeah, but what's happening to Patricia, I think, is beyond being snow. It's since she was connected through a different way.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
I think her desktop, yeah, I think that she probably needs to re-sign into VDI itself to get that to work because she was using Photoshop outside of the student desktop. And so it's been on for quite a while since she's been in the beginning, more since this morning. And so now I think she needs to reset it for it to enable the desktop. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. So there's two people trying to connect, Anaí and Patricia. Jinsu, you said you were on VDI also, and is your VDI, is your digital design technique, so is your InDesign open? I think so. I think you had written to me in the chat. Let me see. You said you're in an iPad. And through the iPad, Jinsu, are you using InDesign VDI? Go ahead and write to me in the chat. I know that talking is hard through. Okay. I'm kind of waiting a little bit until I see what's happening with Anaí and Patricia. Tell me where you're at, like just verbally. Is it still happening or
It's just starting, it's just restarting right now, so.
restarting for you? And Anaí?
Yeah, I had to completely restart my whole laptop again, just because it wasn't like loading.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and keep working on I'm gonna just keep explaining stuff because yeah, if that's what's happening, then I might as well just keep going. If you guys, once you're connected, let me know that you've connected and then I'll help you catch up again, okay? Like I'll catch up.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to say also, I'm putting in some of you just arrived, I'm putting in the chat, I'm putting the link to the Padlet again. That way, because the chat doesn't start until you arrive, and that way you have the link for when we go back in there. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. And where we're doing is heading into InDesign. And when you first start with InDesign, it'll have the whole welcome, yada, yada, if you've never used it. Now, Photoshop, you open up by opening an existing photo usually, but InDesign, you have to start by creating that file that you're going to be working with. And so you're going to create from scratch. So I'm going to hit the word new file. And this little window pops up. This window is going to be the same. It's pretty much the same window that you see in just about Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign. They all have the same opening window. And depending on what you're going to do, you're going to see here a saved, a print, a web, or a mobile. So I'm going to click on print, web, and mobile, and pay attention to this stuff that's right here on the right. And notice how that changes. Now, the computer doesn't even know what I'm going to make yet, but it already knows that it's going to have the file's going to need different settings based on if it's going to be on one or of which one of these things it's going to be. Now, web or mobile are more similar to each other. The only thing that changes is the file size. But print is very different because print is going to go and be printed as, you know, something that we can hold if you want on paper, cardboard, whatever is going to be printed on, and we're going to be using inks. And so when we go over here to the right side and see all the different information that it has, it's going to be a different setup. It already went into inches here, for example. Then if I'm going to web, where there all it cares about is then pixels. It doesn't show me at all the information about web. Now, I don't know if by default you guys are seeing Bleed and Slug open. I can't tell. I don't remember. But over here, you see something that's called Bleed and Slug, margins, and presets. Now, we are going to print. We're going to print this as a little price list. So when we click on print, it gives us the options of inches, and we're going to have the width of this. We're going to talk about it in a minute.
Can
but
you
we're
help me
gonna-
get on the right page?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking up. Did you open InDesign?
I'm in design, but it's,
Okay.
I'm on a Mac. It looks different than yours. Mine says open in browser. Should I click that?
No, show me because you shouldn't be in browser. Share your screen.
Well, I can share the screen.
You've shared your screen before. What's different now?
Well, I'm on two computers now.
Yeah,
Open
but on one you should just be
tools.
watching me. On the one that you're watching me, just
Yeah.
watch me. But it's the one that you've been working on. That's the one that you need to share the screen from. The one that you watch me, you don't touch anymore. You just look at my examples.
I am trying,
So go back to the one that you have been using up until now. The same one that you were sharing from before, where you have Photoshop open and whatnot.
yeah, I have to open this. Okay.
I can't help unless you tell me what's happening or what you're seeing.
I'm
okay?
on screen sharing now.
Perfect.
Should I do open in browser?
No, there you have on the left side the same new file that I was talking about. So new file right there. Yeah, you just passed it. That's the new file. And here it is. This is what I was showing, which is at the top it says recent saved print web at the very top of this window. Yeah, I was clicking on that and there's print. So basically what happens is, yeah, click on print. When you click on print, you have sizes or choices of things that people might want to be printing. And in your case, since you haven't used InDesign yet, the sizing it's giving you, if you go over to the right where it says preset details, in width and height, it's giving you sizes in a unit called picas. Picas is a unit that's been used for print design for eons, ever since it started. But it's very few people understand that measurement. It's like people who know inches don't understand, metric system or something. So lots of people don't understand picas. So click on that picas choice and choose inches. Let's go to something that most people do understand, which is inches. There you go. And now we go to the left and we see that the default here says 8.5 by 11 because that's letter size. Now, that's where I stopped. And that's where I'm going to stop your share and I'll continue.
Okay.
All right. How's it going with everyone else? By the way, you guys anywhere nearer to being open, Patricia and Anai?
I have InDesign open. I'm just
Okay, great. And Anai, are you still crashing or is life good? By the way, Patricia, since you had opened the wrong way, do you have thank you, Moni. Do you have Google set up? Did you open up your Google and your Bridge and do you have the files available? Patricia,
yes, I do.
you have it all set up? Okay. Just wanted to confirm before, otherwise I'd have to share your screen to help you. But since that's a yes, then I will now continue and work on my screen. Yeah. All right. Back to InDesign. Here we go. So new file. And over here we had chosen print. And if you guys were still in picas, go ahead and switch to inches. Now I had mine set up already by default to be inches. I'll show you later how to do that. But otherwise, every time it's going to want to start in picas until you change the settings of the program, and then it'll head into inches. All right. Now we're choosing inches because we're going to be printing. Okay. Otherwise, if we were to go to web or mobile, both of these are going to be seen on a screen. And in which case, what matters then is pixels. Okay, so as you can see, it changes the size, the sizing, the measurement scale, depending on what you're going to be doing. So print in by 11 inches. Now, before we continue, does anyone remember what size that banner was going to be? By the way, Kirk, I'm seeing your hand. Is that from before, or is it a new question?
Oh, no, that's, I'm done.
Okay, got it. I lowered it then. Does anyone remember what size that banner that we were working in was?
2 by 6 inches.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly 6. It was, and I'm going back to Bridge, it was 6.4 by 2. Now, the 6.4 by 2 gave me a 300 PPI, right? So that means this is good for printing. I'm not gonna go deep into the resolution thing until next week, because remember, I want you guys to read that handout first. And since I saw that there was a little bit of a blank there that many didn't read it, right now, just trust me on this one. This file that says 300 PPI needs to be printed at 6.4 times 2 or smaller, but not bigger. I can always go smaller than the recommended amount, but if I go bigger, my image will start to get fuzzy and out of, it'll be pixelated and it'll start looking bad quality. So that's as big as I can go. Now, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you two different ways to set this up. First, we're going to say, well, we're going to make a file, a page that's bigger than this, and we're going to have this inserted inside of that space. So if my file, if my piece of, my design for this little price list is going to be bigger than this, then it might be, for example, 7.5, and then I'll have half an inch on each side of space. And for now, just trust me with that one, and you'll see when I open it up what I mean. So let's go ahead and say that this is going to be 7.4 because the file said 6.4, so we're going to go with 7.4. Hi, Saul, nice to see you. So it's going to be 7.4 inches wide. We're in InDesign. So we're creating a file from scratch. Right now, just open InDesign and create a new file. And then once you're ready to go, I'll show you again what size is to be. And then over here, we're going to have that be 7.4 by, I was going to say by 5.5. What space will we have left? By, let's say by 6. Later, maybe, let's say 5.5. We'll talk about what this is later. Right now, just put those two numbers in there. Before I continue, I want to make sure that everyone is good with this. You have InDesign open, you have put these numbers in there. We are going to have 2 pages because we're going to have one side and the other side. Okay, so this is going to be printed on both sides. We're going to go ahead and put 2 pages. All right, and then we are going to turn off facing pages. So we're going to click this off. I'm going to show you so many different ways of setting this up. You'll understand a little bit later why and what I'm doing. Now, just because I wrote 7.5 by 5, this thing already knows that I'm talking about an orientation that's sideways like that. Okay. If I had wanted to switch it and did that, then it would be 5.5 by 7.5. But since we wrote it that way, this is the one that shows up. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and do nothing else to the rest. I'm about to say create, but first I want to confirm with little right clicks that green clicks that everyone has these same settings. And what I did was 7.4 inches width, height 5.5, 2 pages, and then I turned off the choice of facing pages. If that one's set up, then go ahead and say create. And meanwhile, I need to say yeses from everyone. If you're not there, I'll help you get here. Cool. Dorothy, Amy, Libby, Patricia, Kirk, Anai, how can I help? If you need help, Shelley, oh. I'm gonna go ahead and say create. And here's the file that is popping up. Kirk, you gave me a thumbs up. Okay, under the thumbs up, you'll see the yes, the green yes, Kirk, because the thumbs up disappears. And if I happen to be looking the other way, I won't see it. Perfect. Patricia, how can I help?
I think I'm good. It's just give me welcome pop-ups.
Oh,
after
okay.
I create. Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, all the, hey, you've never used this before, let me tell you. Okay, good. All right. So now when we open this file, basically on the right side, we have a properties panel that is kind of repeating, showing me the same thing that I just did, right? It says 7.4 by 5.5, 2 pages, facing page, and this facing pages is turned off. So that's basically what we just set up. And if you didn't notice, underneath that by default, it already said 1/2 inch for margin. So right now that is exactly what we just set up. If right now we wanted to change anything, we can do it from in here. So even if you didn't set it up exactly right, you can adjust it right now in here and send something out different. But we're going to leave it as is. Just check in that this is the same as mine. And then you'll be like, well, 2 pages. You said 2 pages, but I only see 1. Yeah, if you scroll down, there's your second page. Okay, so we have page 1 and page 2. Now, the only reason we're doing pages this way is because we're going to be creating a little, imagine kind of like a postcard thing, in the sense that it's just going to be a flyer. It's not even going to be postcard mode, but it's going to be a little price list that's going to be handed out in my booth. That's what I was saying. I kept saying stall or whatever, booth, my market booth. Okay, so now the way we're going to do this is, for those of you who showed up a little bit later in Photoshop, we had opened this file. So for those of you who haven't had a chance to do this yet in Bridge, it's this bottommost file. It says web banner start.psd. That's the one that we've opened up. So doesn't matter that we change the color right now. All that matters is go ahead and bring, open up Photoshop just so that it's ready to go. But even if you don't open it up, what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, let's bring in that photo into Photoshop. So even if you don't have it open, it doesn't matter, because we're not bringing it in from Photoshop. We're just bringing it in from just from our computer, from wherever it is. So we're going to go to File, Place, File, Place. And once we hit place, depending if you're on a Mac or on a PC, it's gonna have you go to your class files. And in this case, do I have, I think mine are in the downloads. Give me a second, because I opened, since last time I opened this on a different computer. Just want to make sure that I have it here. Okay. So I know where, so File, Place.
It took me to my desktop.
You put yours on your pictures folder, I remember. So that's where you have yours. So head down to your pictures folder. If you need a hand, I can help you, but I have mine over here.
Where's my pictures folder?
Okay, give me a second. One second. Why is it? Oh, I'm getting. Okay, long story. Okay, so it was the. Oh, I'm in the Photoshop one. That's why I couldn't find it. Here's my. For spring. There it is. Web banner. So I'm gonna find the file. I'll help you in a minute to find it. I just had moved my files from another class because I still have my fall ones here, and that's what was confusing me. Okay, web banner working. We're gonna go find you guys have web banner start. I changed mine to a different name. Go ahead and say open, and once you have it, it'll sit here at your fingertips. I'm gonna stop there before I do anything, and I'm gonna check in. Can you share your screen so I can help you guys find your files, Kirk? Because I noticed, so you had switched your photos and you had them now in your pictures folder. Kirk, are you able to share your screen?
I'm trying,
Got it.
it's,
It's just I don't hear you. I don't know if you heard me. So when you guys are doing something in the background, just let me know. This is for everyone, because I don't know that you're trying. You might have not heard me, right? So let me know. Yep, going, doing, and I'm going to clean your answers now. And again, I want to make sure that everyone, if you found your file so that you have it hanging out like I do, then say yes. If you can't find your files yet and you need help, then let me know.
I can't find you, share.
So if you have Zoom made small on the computer that you're working on, then you would have to go down to the little 3 dots, and usually you
Okay.
on the 3 dots that say more, you would
All
find
right.
it there. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So now go ahead and go into InDesign. Don't move Photoshop out of the way. Remember, I'm trying to teach you to not do that. I'm trying to teach you to always, yeah, go back up again, put it up. And now that you don't even have to share Zoom from this screen, you might as well have as big as possible. Now, in order to go to InDesign, go to your dock. Yeah, and then right click and put in, yeah, no, I say, go ahead and say cancel for a second. Just so that you don't have to go to your InDesign dock again. Right click and say options and keep in dock. There you go. So now as you can see, you keep having them. So now you can switch on the dock always to go there. All right, so now go up to filed place. Yeah. And on your computer, you had your
I moved it into pictures. It's not on my desktop anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So go up to where it says Macintosh hard drive. Right there. Yeah, and go to users. No, double click users. Or yeah, users and open, double click users. And go to Kirk Evans. And then you'll see the folder pictures, double click. Okay. Digital design techniques, open up there. And now go to the bottom of those files and there's your web banner there. And now since you've already pointed it there, it'll know always to go there. Okay, so now there it is. Your mouse has, don't do anything with that. Just hang in there. I'm gonna stop your share. All right, everyone else, were you able to place your file? We're able to find it before you can place it? I'm going to assume that you're okay, but if not, let me know. Hi, Julia. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining
Hello,
us.
thank you.
So do you have your apps open? Where are you at so I can help you catch up?
No, I'm gonna observe right now and I'll watch the recording and I'll email you as well.
Okay. All right. So then let me share my screen.
I don't know when the break is, but I want to go online to buy some Elvis Costello tickets, so I'm gonna be gone for a while.
All right, so hang in there for a minute because I keep going back to catch you up. Can you please hold on?
Well, it starts at 11, the
minutes.
sale.
I was gonna I was gonna give us a 5-minute, the decision we had made before was that we were gonna do 5-minute and then a long 15-minute, 20 minutes later, remember? You guys, is that what you, this group had decided?
At what time?
Hold on. Just 1 second. Is that what this group had decided, you guys, or not? That we were gonna do a short and a long? I think last week we voted.
I believe that's what we decided.
Okay, so we can
Correct.
take the short one at 11, if that helps you, or at a minute to
Great.
11, so you're ready to go. We'll do a 5-minute one and then we'll do a longer one later. Okay? So that way it works for everyone. All right. So file place. And bring this guy in. And here it is. Now, this file, we already knew the size it was, right? Because we had opened it in Photoshop. For those of you who weren't here, we had opened in Photoshop. We saw in Bridge the size it's going to be. And we also created a file ready to go for it to fit the right place. So let's go ahead and put our mouse right in the edge of the margins, which is these 2 lines. And just single click 1 time. And our file will drop in exactly in the right spot. Is that so? Did this work for you this way? Now, I'll explain how come, for me at least, it dropped in so smoothly and seamlessly. And if that worked for you, life is good. But if it didn't, let me know. The settings I had, remember, were width 7.4, height 5.5. If you set the settings like that with 5-inch margin, now I'm going to begin to explain it a little bit. I'm still not seeing more than 2 yeses. So if anyone else, if it worked for you, give me a yes. If it didn't, if you are kind of lost, please tell me so. I want to catch you up now before we get much further.
You know, I'm a little bit lost, but I'm just gonna watch the recording later, so I don't keep people behind.
Well, no, but see, at this point, we have a long way to go. So if you don't, like, I get, Julia's not gonna do this stuff right now, she's going to recording, but if you guys are with me doing the class, and then you say you're gonna watch the recording later, basically you can't do any of the work from here until the class is over. So I'd much rather help you right now and have you do the class with me. See what I mean? It's just a whole different, so the few people, when people say, because they've already emailed me something like, yeah, today I'm gonna watch it because they've had to go to the doctor's office and come back. I get that. But if you're with me, I'd much rather help you. So go ahead, Patricia, can you share your screen for a second?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, like Shelley right now is at the doctor's with her kid. Okay, so you were on VDI, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then go ahead and go to this PC on the left. Down, no, where you are, you're in this window that says it's opening. So on the left side, you say quick access OneDrive, this PC. Go down, yeah, this PC. And then you need to find Google Drive. There it is, Google Drive, double click. And then I believe we had put all the files in my drive last week, right? Double click, there it is, double click. And there it is. The bottom one is going to be the web banner. There it is, web banner start. There you go. So it's just about finding the file, and that's why I wanted to help people with that. Okay, now put your mouse right in that little corner, right in the corner of the tip of it. Make it go right, like your mouse tip is yeah, perfect. And you drop. And why are we seeing only black?
Yeah.
Let me see. Go to your Photoshop. Down in the bottom bar of your toolbar, go to the right. Move your mouse to the right. Keep going to the right where you see the word InDesign, where it says type here to search. Keep going to the right. Keep, yeah, a bit less fast. Move. You see that it says ID for InDesign, BR for Bridge, PS for Photoshop.
Mm-hmm.
No, where are you? Stop.
Well, I got the
Okay, there where it says type here to search, I see your mouse. Yeah,
Yeah.
there. Okay, click on Photoshop. Okay, so you hadn't opened yet the file. Okay, so then go to BR
BR,
or Bridge, Photoshop.
yeah,
Yes, BR for Bridge,
Yeah.
EI for Design. Okay, so here we need to find the files too. So go to, on the left side, go to this PC.
hmm
Yep. And then, oh, you're not in Essentials. Go up to the top, middle top, right where you are. It says Libraries, go to Essentials. Yeah. Okay, that's easier. Okay. Now, in this window, you have the Google icon. You see it down there, a little bit down. Go down. Yeah, that's the Google. Oh, hover up the little triangle with the 3 colors. That's the Google Drive icon. The 4th icon or 5th icon in, half an inch under where you are. You see like a triangle, move one to the left, green, yellow. Yeah, double click. That's your Google icon. That's your Google Drive. Good. Why aren't you seeing your file names? It's so weird. Anyway, the first one is your My Drive, but I don't know why the names are not appearing. But anyway, double click. That's your My Drive, double click. And then that's your class files. So, oh, stop for a minute. Before you do anything else, you're there, but before you do anything, go to the left side with your mouse where it says folders and all those folders to the left. Yeah, there, and click on favorites, one to the left. Yeah, there it is. You already had it set up. See where it says spring download? There we go. That's all you had needed. Oh, no items to display. There they are.
okay.
Okay, so this is, I still don't see why you're not seeing file names. Usually the file names appear underneath and something's been turned off. Go up to Essentials again and let's reset. Go to the word Essentials and click on those 3 little lines there. Yeah, and say reset to save layout. There. I don't know what had been changed, but now you don't see. Okay, so at the very bottom, there it is. Okay, so click on that. No, now at least we have the files. Before we didn't know where they were. Okay, so go back to InDesign. All right. Why is it black? Go ahead and say undo, Command Z. Control Z, undo place, yeah. And let's go back to Bridge, and I just want to open, yeah, see it has, you can see that the little mini icon, it does have the art. Yeah. So it's, I was just thinking, does it not have the art? But it does. Okay, back to InDesign and place it again. And let's see why it's coming up as black. Click there. Huh. All right. This is bizarre. Let's bring something else in just to see. Go back to File Place and bring another file that's much more colorful. Go to File Place again. And let's bring in, I don't know, it has to be, the turn is a JPEG. So go down to the one right above the banner start, turn, that's a JPEG. So that should, okay, go ahead and say open. And place that, you need to move your mouse. Wow, go down, scroll down a bit so you can put it in the empty part of that. What's happening? It should be at the tip of your mouth. You know what? Give me a second here. I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna click on, think called request remote control. A little button should have appeared asking you. Okay, so don't move your mouse anymore because mice are going to be fighting against each other. Just need to a little bit bigger. Okay, so let me just delete this and see what's happening in Bridge. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, you didn't sign into Google Drive today, and so your files are, this thing looks as if they're corrupted. But it's not that it's corrupted, it's just that you need to sign into your Google Drive each time you open VDI. And that's what's happening. So I'm gonna head down here. Whenever you open VDI, each time you open VDI, guys, this is for all you VDI people, okay? Because this might be happening to others of you guys. Anyone who's on VDI, the moment you get into VDI, you have to sign into Google Drive, and then At the end of the session, you have to sign out. So if you didn't do that today, your photos are going to appear kind of corrupted, like it's appearing with her. So I'm going to go ahead and this little arrow, see where you have your type here to search and all your little icons on the far right, you have this little arrow. And I click on that, I see the little Google Drive icon. I'm going to sign out. And this is what you need to do today when class ends today. You need to do this process. You need to go to this icon there, preferences, and then say no thanks, and then back to that same gear and disconnect the account. That needs to be done at the end of your session. So now Google Drive won't appear anymore. Okay, and then you're going to have a welcome to Google Drive. This should happen when you come in. So if you leave Google Drive at the end of the day today, when you come in today to VDI, you should have seen the welcome to Google Drive, and you sign in again. You have to have a fresh sign in each time, otherwise the files seem to be corrupted. So now you say sign in, and now can you put in your school pipeline email address here, please? Cool. Say next. Let's go to sign in. Cool. Right. So now this. Perfect. Now I'm going to close that up. Okay. So now we're going to go back in here. It's still down. It's uploading the files. We're going to give it a minute. And there it is. Okay. So now go back to Google Drive. Now I'm going to let you do it. Go and double click on Google Drive again. Go into My Drive. Although I guess go into the Spring shortcut there. Yeah. All right. Now your files should be good. Go to InDesign and place again. Go down to the InDesign icon, and now let's say file place, and bring the web banner. Yep. And open. And you can't see it because you go ahead and do control zeros. Okay. It's okay. Go ahead and delete that. Hit your delete key. Okay, go say control 0. So to center your page. Okay. Now go ahead and say place again and put it in the right place. Yeah, it chose as a sample the last file. All right, and now put it in the right corner. And there you go. So now it's working. So the files show up as corrupted. They're not, as you can see, the file's good, but they will always show up weird until you refresh your Google Drive at the beginning of each session and sign out at the end of today. Okay. All right. So Anai, how about you? Are you set up? Were you able to find the file? Anai?
Hi, yeah, sorry. I was thinking, yeah, but I was able to find it.
You were able to find it?
And
Okay.
all caught up. Yeah.
Good. So give me yeses, you guys, when you're fine. I think by now everyone's fine. Libby, I don't see yours, but I think you probably are fine. But I don't know. I'm gonna just continue. Please remember to give me the yeses so that I don't have to check in with everyone. If you don't have it, I'll check in with you and then I'll know that I need to still do something else. Okay, good. All right, let me share my screen. Perfect. So this is InDesign. Oh, it's 11:08. Shoot. I guess Kirk is gone and I forgot to give us the 5 minutes. So let's do the 5 minutes now, since we seem to be at a good impasse anyway, since I just stopped to make everyone put this in there. let's take 5 minutes, guys. Else it's 11:08. I'll see you. It's 11:09 actually, so I'll see you at hold on, everyone in meeting. Be back. Bye. Sorry, my brain is let's say 11:15. That would be 6 minutes, so 11:15 a.m. Okay. See you guys in 6 minutes. All right, is everyone back? Give me signs of life if you're back. I'm clearing your feedback, sorry, because I hadn't done it yet, so it's fresh feedback. So even if you said yes, say yes again, because that way I don't have, I said that way I don't have a problem with hold on, I'm typing. I was bringing this whole thing up in the other computer so that I have this ready to go. Computer began to glitch again, so I decided to set it up in the new computer again, in the other computer. All right, I'm seeing Amy back. Are you back, Amy? Kirk, are you back from buying your tickets? Libby? Anaí, you're there, perfect. So you're there, Patricia and Mona, you're there. All right, Kirk, you're back. Hope you got your tickets. Amy, you're there. Libby, hopefully you guys will be back soon. I want to keep moving forward. All right, so let's go ahead and share my screen. And here we go. Whenever I first share my screen, it's always on the wrong page and I have to switch to it. If you wonder why I always say share and then I go back to it, because my screen shares by default to always to whatever it wants to default to. All right. So let me explain what happened in this. Let me clear your answers and let me share what happened when we set up our stuff in here. Basically, I had already read in Bridge, okay, and in Photoshop. For those of you who weren't here, we'd already opened this in Photoshop. And I had already read that this photo was set up, this image, this file, at 300 ppi to be 6.4 by 2. So what this means that this is ready for print at that exact size. For those of you who just joined us, I'm not going to spend much more time talking about resolution yet, but I beg you to please, over the next week, to access your class files and open and read the new files, image and image resolution in Photoshop file, that one, because that way you'll have a much better idea of pixels and resolutions and stuff like that for print. For those of you who already read this one, by the way, there's other one, how to resize your images for email and web. So that would be the next one to read. That way we would, that one, the first one is for print and this one is for web, for screen. And it's just different information. And I'd appreciate if you could both all read both of them. All right. Back to InDesign. So what happened is that I had us make a file that was exactly 1 inch bigger. Remember it said 6.4 width. So I made us make a file that was 7.4 width inch wise, right? Knowing that I also had a 1/2 inch margin either way. So let me explain. When we created this, these lines, the purple and the pink lines, let me go ahead and hold on to this for a second. When this is gone, this is my 7.5 inch piece of paper, let's say. And these are the margins that I set up automatically because they were there. Those are the default settings of 1/2 inch. So these lines show me that I've got 1/2 inch there and 1/2 inch there. If this was 7.4 inches, then 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch means that what's left inside is 6.4 inch wide box. And thus, when I placed that file in, it dropped exactly into that spot because that's the file that it was already at. And the only way we knew that is because we had read this here in Bridge, right? So I made myself a 1 inch bigger InDesign sized file to fit the 6.4 inch file, leaving half an inch on each side. And that's why it dropped in like so beautifully. Now mine is purple. Some of you guys are just gray. And that would be if you didn't get here a bit earlier in Photoshop. We had opened this file and we had added a little colored layer to it. But that's okay if you don't have that. If yours is just gray, that's fine too. All right. So now, if you look at this file, if I don't select it, like click away on the white side, it's not selected. If I click on it, it's selected. And the big difference is that these little boxes appear when I select it. So selected, I have all these little boxes all over the place on it, handles, and then clicked on the white area, that's deselected. Even deselected though, one important thing is showing up here, which is this little icon right there. And that looks like a little chain link, right? So what that chain link is doing is telling me the status of this file. Is it linked or is it embedded? So that's what we're going to talk about next. But first I see a hand. Yes, Kirk?
I'm in transform. How do I get to document?
You're in, how do you get, you're in transform? I don't know what that is. But you're in Photoshop?
Where your screen says document, mine says transform.
I don't see the word document anywhere. I'm sorry. Oh, here.
Wait, I just figured it out.
Oh,
I just
you're
unclicked.
selecting
I
it.
just,
When you select it, it says transform. When
Yeah.
you deselect, it says document. Sorry, I'm looking at everything and didn't know what you mean. So in the properties panel is always going to switch based on what's happening in your screen. It's going to give you whatever you need to know based on what you're doing. So if I'm not selecting the box, it's just giving me document information. When I select this box, it gives me information about this box and just that box. It tells me the appearance, the alignment. When I click away, this changes. So this properties panel will change all the time based on what I'm doing in here. Okay. So now with it not selected, I see a chain link there. When I select it, I see now lots of different handles, but I still see the chain link. What that means is that this file has been linked into this document versus embedded. Now, the big distinction is, what do I mean by linked versus embedded? When I embed the file, which doesn't almost ever happen. So just so you know, we should almost never embed a file. So first I'm going with a negative, what you shouldn't do for the most part. You shouldn't do it, not always. Nothing is a hard and fast rule, but when you embed a document, you are bringing it into InDesign and now it's disconnected from its original document. So any changes I make to the document here in InDesign to this image would stay in InDesign and nowhere else. Now, keeping that in mind, let me show you how you should do it and what I mean by a file being linked. This one is linked, okay? It is linked to that file that I have in my computer. In my case, I've linked to the purple one. It's linked to this one. Now, when I say linked to this one, it is pointing to this exact file. And when I put it in InDesign, it is not disconnected from it. So those of you who, I don't know if you have, did we change? Do you have these same links here that I have, or do you have a different set of things in here? Because I'm not sure. You probably don't. Let me go. What works? Oh, we haven't opened InDesign yet much, did we? So you're probably in Essentials. That's probably where you are. All right, does it say Essentials up here for everyone? I think I left you in Essentials last week. Okay, so under Essentials, here on the left side, let me make sure to reset my Essentials because no, you don't have that side then. Okay, so you don't have that there in the Essentials. So let's go ahead and we're going to find out what this link is all about. If I click over here, if you look at this thing here and see a linked icon, then you can option click, as this little thing says, or if you're on a PC, alt click to open the links panel. So let's do that. Hold down the option or alt and then click on this little link. And as you can see, a web panel opened up that's called links. And when it does that, it created a new little column here where now I can open and close my links at will. So if option or alt and then simply click one time on this little link panel and this should pop in. When this popped in, it actually created a new column. And this is showing me my layers, which we haven't talked yet about layers here, and links. Now, if you're here with me and if this worked, then fine, you don't need to say yes or no. But if it's not here, please give me a call out right now so I can help you get the links panel. Another way to get the links panel, by the way, if you don't forget if you forget about option links, is every single panel that's not here that you want, you go up to the word window and you click on it and you just say, okay, I want my links panel. So you go up to window and click on links. And then the links panel would have appeared, okay? So what this link panel is showing me is that this file is connected. Look, when I hover over it, it's telling me this file is in my Macintosh hard drive users, download, Spring techniques. It's telling me the path of what this file is. So wherever yours are, for example, if you have it on your desktop, in your downloads, or in your pictures folder like Kirk, when I just hover over this thing, this is the address or the path of where that file resides. Now, why does this matter? Because now I can go ahead and work on this file in Photoshop. So make sure to have this selected. See this little pencil right there? If I click on this pencil icon, it says edit original. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and head over to that original one. So when I click on this, for those of you who had already opened Photoshop, Photoshop opens up. For those of you who didn't have Photoshop opened yet, it's probably popping open right now and it's beginning to open up. Now, what I did again, I went to the link, I clicked on this little pencil and said edit original. That original that we're talking about is that original file that was in Photoshop that some of us already edited at the beginning of class and others of you guys didn't edit. So if Photoshop is opening for you and the file is opening in Photoshop, or you're already opened, or if it's opening, give me a yes. Now I do need an actual official yes check mark. And if I don't get a yes check mark, either say no or ask me for help. And we're going to, okay, Kirk, your hand is up.
Sorry, I missed how you got that little box that had the links and all that stuff in there.
Okay, so in InDesign, you can either go up to Windows and open up the word links, that's one way, or the other way I did it is we hit the Alt or Option key, which you have on your keyboard next to the Command key, and then one single click on this link opened up this one.
I'm sorry, it's going so fast. I went to window. I don't see anything that says links. I'm on Mac.
Okay, so go back to InDesign then, and just hold down your Alt or Option key and click one time on this little link icon.
Control option.
No,
What-
Alt. The key called Option,
Yeah.
hold it down, and then go over here with your mouse and click one time on this little link icon.
Where's the link icon?
At the top left of your fried egg catering, right there.
Okay, option. Click. Okay, I got it.
Okay. And it's showing me my linked file, and it's allowing me to go over here in this little pencil and click on it. Go ahead and click on this little pencil. And it will open back up in Photoshop, which you already had opened in Photoshop. So in your case, it should go pretty fast. Did you get there?
Yes.
Now, Anai, Amy said yes. Okay, Anai and Patricia.
I'm getting a little black circle saying cannot, or like,
And digital design techniques, the InDesign is saying cannot.
like
Here, go
my,
ahead.
my cursor is turned into a little black circle with like a line through it.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen then. Let me see, because yeah, just to make sure everything is working well. And then,
Just 1 sec. Yeah, uh-huh.
that's fine.
Okay.
And share,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, so you were taken to Photoshop, so that's good. Now, in Photoshop, which is where you are, you need to go up. I'm not seeing your layers, so hold on. Whoops. This is InDesign, which is good. It took you to Photoshop, so go back to Photoshop, which is where you need to be. Okay, and then up at the very top of your screen, we need to change the mode that you're in. Go to your move tool, which is like the top left tool on the left side of your Photoshop. Yeah, the 4 arrows. Yeah, click on that one. Just select that one. Okay. And now at the very top right of Photoshop, you see a little share button. Yeah, right underneath. Yeah, that square right to the right. You were there. Go to the right two icons. Yeah, click on that and say reset essentials. Okay, good. So now you need to just try to make us a little bit smaller. Put your mouse, move your mouse to the word properties. You see the word properties in the middle? There's a tab like in the very middle. Move it to the right, move it to the right. Move your mouse to the right. Okay, down now. Down, down, down. Okay, there, properties. Now a little bit to the left, you see the long vertical line that's on the edge of properties. Just a bit to your left. Yep, a little bit left, less. The line, okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah, when you get to do 2-headed arrow, go back to point to it with your mouse. Like the tip of your mouse has to touch the line that it's almost there. Now click and drag to your right. Right, so it becomes a bit thinner. No, right was the other way. I want to make it smaller.
Ah, okay.
There we go. Trying to get it as small as possible. Yeah, so that's just so that it makes it gets out of the way a little bit. Okay, so now, and perfect. Now down at the bottom, you see your layers. You can scroll, go ahead and say Command 0 or Control 0 so that you get your thing in the middle. Perfect. That's exactly where we are. Now, you're selecting the text layer, which is why you've got those boxes around the text. If you select the background, you'll be not. Okay, so that's where we're at. Now, I just wanted to share my screen. I wanted to say something that's happening that's awesome. Amy has been putting all these notes in the Padlet of what's happening, what we're doing. And I haven't asked you to do a Padlet yet, but if you have a chance to do it at this point, please do so. Let me share my screen first. Because what she's doing, and Shelley's pretty good at this too. And Moni, you guys, she's writing what's happening. So over here, she's been posting the different things that are happening. So in InDesign, I selected a file, went to the print lab. So this is what Amy's writing. She did another one here, another in here. And by doing that, she can remember what we're doing. But I just wanted to make a point is that by saying that and by me reading it, I find something that's a problem that I can help her with. So over here, she mentioned the lettering looks a little bit weird, for example, right? And I'm going to talk about that and I'm going to explain what that is, but it's good that she wrote it. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of explaining it, right? But I was just showing you this only because this is really useful. That said, if all you do is just post your photo, then that's good, right? But if you need to, if you have a chance to write what we're doing, then that'll be much more helpful for you. Oh, by the way, and Shelley had put in the original photo here. Okay, great. Wow, yeah, no, good job. I see what you were trying to do here. Yeah, that edge thing is almost impossible. So guys, I'm not gonna talk about it right now because we talked about at the beginning. I'm gonna go ahead and show you that Shelley put this photo in here that she worked on, that she said she had a lot of people and that she removed most of the people, but she has some trouble with these people. So I asked her to so that I could help her, I asked her to post the original. And this is the original. And you're right. Wow, look at that. She had people everywhere, all these arches, and she had people there, and she had people there. And she had managed to, with the tools that I taught you last week of retouching, she got rid of most of the people, and then she had some trouble in here. So then I'm going to help her with that. But see, it's really helpful if you guys try to do stuff, and then I can help you. But we talked about this at the beginning of the class, so I'm just pointing this out right now. So if anyone has a chance to do a screenshot, for example, of this linked and this layer linked here, that would be a good one for you guys to remember how to get the links next time. So remember, if you're in a Mac, Shift Command 4, and then you can click and drag and select that and do a screenshot of that. If you are, those of you who did the color change on Photoshop, you can also do a screenshot of the color change. Otherwise, we're going to work on this. Wow, got a helicopter flying above my house right now, and I can barely hear myself speak. Okay, so in Photoshop, that we finally made it to Photoshop, we have, we're going to change this color again. So for those of you who did it with me this morning, right, you can just click on the hue saturation panel that we added and change it to something completely different. So mine had been purple. I'm going to make it be like a very bright orange, just so it's completely different. Like, even if it's not pretty or nothing, just want it to be completely different. Now, for those of you who came here a bit later and you don't have this, I'm going to do this with you. So this is the file that you ended up in. Okay, so select your background. So you know how you just now fried eggs was selected, and you had like handles over it. Select your background. This is for everyone who arrived after we changed the color of this morning. And head down to this circle that is black on top and white. Click on that one time and then go to the word hue saturation. And we're adding an adjustment layer where we're going to change the color of this originally black and white banner. And so when this hue saturation thing pops up here, you will see, and you might need to scroll down, up and down to find the word colorize and click on colorize. And then this is what we had moved around to get a different color in the background. So that's why mine was purple. Now what I'm saying is, for everyone who didn't do a coloring, make a color right now. And for those of you who had one color, go ahead and choose a very different color. Okay, so I'm going to make mine from purple to bright red. It doesn't need to be pretty, it needs to be very different. I'm going to stop and make sure that everyone has been able to do this to change the color of their file in Photoshop. So if you change the color either from a change from what you had, or it's the first time you change it, give me a yes. But if you're stuck in the whole colorize, hue, any of that, please ask me for help. So give me a yes if you've managed to change your color. Dorothy, Kirk, Libby, Anai, Libby. Okay, how can I help?
I was just, I was trying to do it earlier. I'm not getting to the screen that you have. So I'm, when you're trying to do the layer.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
Some things when people describe, I can just figure out what you're talking about. But when you don't see it, I don't know where you are to help you see it. So that's why I ask you to share. And usually, for those of you who hesitate on sharing, it is the fastest way for me to help you when you just show me and I just show you and then we move on.
Now I've gone into La La Land. I'm trying to figure out what's happening.
Yeah. So
I've got two screens that I'm showing right now.
Yeah, when you share your screen, just don't worry, go to the bottom right of the, when you first click on the share screen button,
Mhm.
just move on to the bottom right of the next window and click on the little share button that's blue with white letters. There we go. Okay, so now go ahead and you're on a Mac or on a PC.
I'm on a Mac.
Okay, so go ahead and click on your command and type the letter 0. There we go. So you centered. Okay. So now oh, I see. You're not seeing your layers. Go to your layers panel down at the bottom, bottom, and you're not seeing your layers. And it's got to do with the fact that, see that little red button kind of right above your
Oh, right there.
Click on that. There you go.
Ah, that's
It's
where it was.
little things that now and then by mistake, you just clicked on that, not even knowing that you clicked on it, and your layers disappear. So that's why I need to see these things. Okay, now click on the
On the layer?
yeah, that second layer. Oh, go ahead and say cancel to that. That's because you double clicked on the layer. Yeah. So we don't want that layer. Go ahead and delete it. You can just throw that away or go to click on that and see at the very bottom of the layers panel. Yeah. Now go down to get a hue saturation layer, which is the circle. Yeah, one more to the left, that one. And choose hue saturation above, midway-ish. Keep going up. One more, that one.
Okay.
And
Thank
now
you.
go up and move those. First, you need to click on colorize because you can't colorize gray and blacks. No, go back up there, yeah, to where the sliders are for color. Down there, yeah. Now, if you move that around, nothing will change
Right.
because the image is black and white. So go 3 layers down to the slider. You'll see the little, wait. Slider 1 is hues, next saturation, next lightness, right under that. There's a little box that says colorize. Click on it. There we go. Now you can move your sliders around. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Anyone else who needed a hand with that? Are y'all there? Kirk? You haven't said yes or no yet? Dorothy?
I didn't get, I'm lost.
Okay, share your screen. All right, so you're in InDesign. Go ahead and select your link, and over there on the top where wait, don't move your mouse. You already have a panel that opened up that says layers. Move, no, don't do anything. Move to the right with your mouse. There. Now go up and you'll see that it says layers, and right next to it, there's a word that says links. So go up with your mouse. Yeah. And right above where you are, tad up. Yeah, links. There we go. That's your link. So select that link, select the web banner. Good. And now you'll see that there's a little pencil icon. Go down to where you see little icons, and there you go. That took you to Photoshop. Now grab your Photoshop and move it to the center, and yeah, keep moving it a bit more because now you don't see the right side of your panel. There. Okay, so now move this around to make it a completely different color than whatever you had earlier, which was this green. Yeah. And notice that you've turned that little eyeball on of the bottom on the layers. You turned off your fried egg catering text. See how you don't see your text? So go down to your layers. Yeah, and then there's a little eyeball on the left side that's blank. See where the eyeballs are? Go to the left, click on that space. Yep. No, stop the top. Go. Yeah, right there. See that eyeball? Go back to where it says fried egg. Go back to where it says fried egg catering on the layers. Move to the, okay, stop your mouse and listen to me. Okay, I said stop there. Okay, don't move your mouse anymore. Right there, exactly, single click, perfect. So now if you turn that eyeball on and off, you see all those 3 layers, depending on whether you turn the eyeball on and off. Yours was off, so now we see it. Okay, good. And color-wise, when you select the hue saturation layer again, you will be able to, which is, see, you need to select the hue saturation layer, which is the middle one. You need to be on the layer, go down to the same place where you just turn on the eyeball. These layers are very important. You can't work on it until you click on it. So click on your hue saturation layer, which is where you change the colors. Good. Now you have the color things appear on there to change. Okay, great. I'm gonna stop your share. And now let me share my screen. So what we did is we went to InDesign. We brought in a photo. It looked purple in my case. Yours might have been any other color. We went to the link and we said, edit original. That one opened up in Photoshop. Now, when we changed it here, as you can see, you don't need to do this, but if you go back to InDesign, it still hasn't changed in here. But the moment we save this file, so let's go ahead and save it, File, Save, or Command S. Right? File, save this change. The moment we save this file, now go back to InDesign. And in InDesign, the photo now should be the color that you changed it in Photoshop. If that worked for you, then give me a yes and a woohoo. And then go ahead and let me know if it did not work for you. And I'm going to do a screenshot of this as well. Basically, we have something in InDesign that's linked. We change it in Photoshop, and that file changed in InDesign because this is actually completely linked, as the word says, to that original Photoshop file. And now I can go in and say, instead of fried egg catering, I can say boiled egg catering, and it'll change in here too. So let's do that. Let's go to Photoshop. And let's now select the layer that says fried egg catering right there. Okay. Let's go to our type tool, which is this one here with the letter T. Select your type tool. Now you need to first make sure you select the fried egg catering layer. That's the first thing you need. And then you need to select your type tool. Then you can go in here and click and drag across the word fried and say hard boiled, which is very unpleasant to think that this would be the name of a catering company. But my point is, now we're going to save this file. I'm going to go back into InDesign. Watch my screen. Actually, you're probably still writing boiled, but just watch my screen for a second. When I go back to InDesign, did it change? Does it say hard boiled right now? I'm going to stop your answers. Let me first make sure everyone did it. Go back to Photoshop, and hopefully this worked. If it didn't work and you got in trouble, change this to hard boiled, let me know. But if you did change it, don't forget to save it first. And then let's go back to InDesign. And when you're here, let me know. Let me know that you're here. And in my case, nothing happened. The red appeared automatically, but the fried still says fried and not hard boiled. I don't know if that's what happened to you, but mine hasn't changed. Now, I want to make sure you're here still before I keep speaking, otherwise then you get lost. So pay attention to what happened. 3 things I'm going to point to you. First of all, I'm going to point to you down here to it says 1 error. Little red dot that says 1 error. Then I'm going to point over here where the link was. There's a little exclamation point, like warning, warning, triangle. And then next to my file, I also have a little warning, warning, triangle. You see that? Those are all indications that this file has been changed in Photoshop, but it is not yet changed in InDesign. In fact, it means that it has been modified, is the word they use. So to update it, there's 3 different ways to update it. One of them is to just click on this little icon right there 1 time, and boom, it updated. And now it says hard boiled. The link shows again, there's no warning sign there, and there's no errors down there. You see that? If this worked for you, clicking 1 time Now it should say hard boiled. Then no more warning signs and no errors, then give me a yes. If it didn't work and or you have questions, give me a no or raise your hands. So basically, depending on the changes that we make in Photoshop, sometimes it updates automatically and other times you need to click to make it update. Let's go one more time into Photoshop. And well, let's change the color of this text. So instead of yellow, we're going to select the text that's yellow. And you can either change it down here in this little quick thing, or you can go over here where you see character color. And either place, you click on the color, and this little box pops up. And the way this box works is over here, this long column lets you choose the color. So if I go to red or green, blue or pink, that kind of is the general color that I'm changing. And then over here, you choose what version of that mint green. If you want mint green, do you want it to be really dark? You go to the bottom. And it'd be really light, you go to the top. You want it to be really saturated, you go to the right. You want to be very pale, you go to the left. So you move around like that, finding the right color. And it'll show you the before color was yellow. The new color is whatever you're making it. Now I'm going to make it bright pink. Pink is very bad, no contrast. I'm going to go over to some other, you know, that red there is very hard to handle. I'm going to go with a very lightish kind of greenish color. I don't care what colors we choose. Once we say okay, right? This by being selected is hard to see, so I need to click away, and there it is. That's my color. Let's go ahead and save one more time. And let's head back to InDesign. And once again, it hasn't updated automatically. Let's do it differently. That was a single click there or a double click here. Double click. And now it's it should have been updated and everything should be fine and should have no errors. I see a hand is up, so I'm gonna Libby answer, but meanwhile, everyone else, if you got this to change color and text and everything is good, let me know. If you're in trouble or have questions, then yeah. So Libby, what's up?
When I brought it over and looked at it in InDesign, I didn't have any of the error messages you had, but I did have the old text.
Okay, so maybe you also oh, okay, so you had the old text, but not, so had you saved the file in Photoshop?
I thought I had.
Try again, go to Photoshop and save it, because that's the moment it gets triggered. When you
Sorry, when I'm going between screens, sometimes I get
yeah,
hiccups.
that's fine. When you go to Photoshop and make a change, so I'm gonna change again the color, for example. I'm gonna go back to having it be.
So just save, not save as.
No, not save as. No, if you save as, oh, great question. If you save as, you create a different file. And if you create a different file, then it's not linked to this anymore because the file that you're linked to is this one, not the one that you renamed as save as. So you have to only save. Had you saved as, you need to relink this one. Had you saved as before?
I think that might be what happened.
Okay. If you did a save as, then that file that you have in Photoshop now has a different name, because that's the only way you save as is by changing the name, right? So when you get into InDesign, this is looking for the old file. So you can replace that. You can change that if need be to the new file that you changed name. Or you can go back into InDesign, delete this one, and place again the new one, the one that you just created with a new name.
Okay.
I'll have the new one, and then that'll remain the new one that you have linked, okay? So yeah, I'm glad that happened to you, so I could have said it matters because this is looking for this file, not for any other file. If you change the name, then it won't change. All right, how's it going there with everyone else? Patricia, Anai, Dorothy, were
No,
you able to keep
I'm
changing? things?
good.
You're all
No,
good? All
I'm
right,
having trouble.
okay.
I'm
So
having
now
trouble with the hue and saturation.
you're having trouble with hue saturation. Okay, so
Yeah.
first let me just demo here and then, because you weren't here when we did it earlier, so I didn't really spend time explaining it.
No,
When you
no,
go to hue saturation, the first thing would be to make sure that you clicked on colorize. If this is not on,
okay,
then
this is in Photoshop, right? You're
it's
talking about,
Photoshop, yeah.
okay, no, I don't have those things. All I have is a layer mask and density and feather.
Okay, so you probably have clicked on the mask right there. The mask, the white area says density and feather. So you need to click on this side of this that brings up the hue saturation. Does that work? The file has this side and this side, the layer hue saturation. This mask shows you density and feather. The left
can-
is the properties, and
can I
that shows you these
Can I
things.
share my screen?
Yes. Just go ahead. Yeah. So, okay. So I'm looking at your layers. Go down to where it says hue saturation. Yeah, now that's the mask. Click right on the left side. There's another little part, that one, click on that. Click, there we go. Now up there you have your hue, saturation and light.
Okay, that was it. Okay, great.
Yeah,
thanks.
but hold on, because you first need to make sure you turn on your colorize. Okay, so go up to the hue, saturation and layers, and you need to scroll down because you don't see the colorize button. So on that little hue, saturation layer, you need to scroll down a bit. On the right side of that panel, you'll see there's a little scroll. Go to the right side of that panel, scroll down. There you go. So click on that little colorize button that appears right there. Yeah, check on that. Good. So now you can scroll up again to see that. And now you can move the hue, the saturation, and the lightness all over the place to your heart's content. Yep. You need to click, yep. Mhm. And then saturation and lightness until you get whatever else you get. Okay,
Okay, and now if I go to InDesign,
well, you haven't saved it. Have you saved it?
yeah, I just saved it.
You saved it. Okay, then yes. Now, when you go to InDesign, you need to click on that little eye link right there. Yep. One time, single click. The tip of your arrow. What happened to your arrow? Oh, you're on a different, yeah. So go to the tip, go with the tip of your arrow to that little guy. Very tip. There we go. Like when you have an arrow as big as you have, remember the only part that's valid is the very, very tip. And big or small, the only part of the arrow that works is the tip. So, but it's more confusing when you have a big one because you put it in that area and nothing's happening. You have to move it until it's just the very tip is the sharpest tip point of your tip. That makes it work. Okay, and there you go. Now you have your green. Now you can go back to Photoshop and change it one more time. And then keep, and then update it again and modify it again. Okay.
Do I need to save it now in InDesign?
Yeah, we haven't actually saved InDesign, but you're right. At this point, why not? InDesign, that way we have it saved. I haven't created an InDesign save yet, so I'll do that with everyone.
Very good.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let me share my screen again. Now, this that we've just learned today is kind of crucial. It is not kind of, it is very crucial in the sense that this is how we are going to be able to create, say, a 100-page coffee table book with, 50 photos or 100 photos, a 50-page 100 photos. That would be too much weight, too many files to have inside of one InDesign document. So by having these files linked, our InDesign document stays really light and you know, not carrying all those files around. Rather, from now on, when you look at your files, you're going to have a file, an InDesign file linked to this and that, whatever files might be that I put inside of it. It's all, they're all going to be linked to this one InDesign file. So you need to have all of these files together. Like if I say I want to give this file to another person to work on, I can't give them just my InDesign file. I need to give them my InDesign file, plus my web banner, plus my logo, plus whatever it is that I put in here to work with, okay? It all needs to be in part of it. Versus one file that contains 50 photos. Now this is still untitled, so Dorothy's idea is a good one. Let's go ahead and save it. So let's go ahead and say file Command S or file save. And at this point, come back to where they go. Let's go ahead and give this a, let's call the egg catering. I want to call it the same name as it used to have so that in Bridge it appears, just for Bridge's sake, web banner, even though it's not a web banner what we're making, but I'm going to call it web banner because I want you guys to see the InDesign pop in right next to it. I'm going to call it web banner. Let's just say changed or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm actually linked files is what I want us to remember that we're learning about in this one, about linked files versus embedded files. And let's put versus embedded because I'm about to show you an embedded file, linked file versus embedded file. And we're going to save it. So when I go to Bridge right now, you should see that next to the web banner file, there's my InDesign, and the extension for InDesign is INDD. Okay, it's linked file versus embedded file. Right now, we're working with a linked file, and notice in Bridge that I have this little icon there. See that little icon? Shows me a link that is showing me, sorry, I didn't mean to double click to open it. I was just clicking on it to show you. This there means that this file is carrying some other files around. If I give someone this file alone now, they won't be able to print this out. They'd be missing this one. Does that make sense? There's a way around that where you turn this into a PDF or something else. But if you give someone an InDesign file, you need to give them the InDesign file and the PSD and probably the font file, which in this case would be Georgia, I think was the font that made this. All right. Yes, if you've all managed to get your files into is saved and you see that it's showing up there and that it has a link in Bridge, and if all of that is working, that's good. I'm going to do a screenshot of this again so that we can see this. And at this point, I'm going to head over to, while I'm waiting for everyone to give me their yeses and that it's working, I'm going to head over to the to the Padlet. I'm going to put the link again here in the chat so that it's a good time for everyone to put in their links, and then we'll take our lunch break, let's say, and then we'll meet again. So I'm going to first, I'm going to make sure everyone has this. Don't forget at the top to put your name. And then I'm going to start linking the different screenshots that I've been taking. And this was the first one.
I must regain my source of power. Hello, mother.
I'm in class. Hi.
Sorry.
That was cute.
It is. I just told him I'd be there in a minute for lunch. He didn't know I was still on. Okay. And then one last thing I'm gonna put up here is in Bridge, the shortcut from Bridge. Which is right. So those are the three things. I have my link panel, I have my changed file, and then in Bridge, I have my linked InDesign file and my original link. Any questions? I'm gonna do one final clearing of feedback, and I'm waiting for a yes. Meanwhile, I'm noticing here that Saul posted, you're working on the history of Hotel Carrillo. How cool is that? I can't see the details, but if anyone has an extra minute to check, if you're working on your stuff, that's fine. But otherwise, I want to show you that the document that we've created in InDesign is just 2 pages. But he's creating a document that's a 6-page document. So you are seeing it displayed in all of the pages. We're going to be working on that next to have a multi-page document. But that's cool. I'd love to see it a little bit better. Is it a booklet, Saul, or a brochure? What is it going to be? What is it?
It's going to be a book. It's going to be actually a recreation of all that is being made back on 1989.
Oh, cool.
I used to work there as a matter of fact at the Hotel Carrillo.
Ah.
And that's how I know about that. And I was thinking about remaking those kind of sheets that they create there for, for the residents. And basically it's just, practice. That's what I'm doing.
Is it like information that they give about Santa Barbara or about the hotel,
Yes.
like how to
It's
get
about the hotel,
laundry
basically.
done and that kind of stuff? That's cool.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention something, you guys, because what you've linked in here are JPEGs. And what that means is that all the text here, these are either scans of the old one, I don't know, or you've written this in some other document and brought it in. I have a feeling these are probably the scans right now, right?
Basically what I did, I work in 3 different softwares at the same time: Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign. So I create everything on InDesign and just import it as a JPEGs to the InDesign.
So you put the text in Illustrator, you're saying?
Illustrator, correct.
Okay, great. Just so you know, when it's a little bit of text like a flyer, Illustrator is fine to do text. But when you're do a lot of text like this, that it's actually written, then InDesign is a better place to handle it. But both are fine. But InDesign would be a better place to handle it for styles and a whole. When you're getting more detailed, you have much more possibilities of working with your stuff when you're in InDesign. But anyway, that's beautiful. I'd love to see it when you have a bit bigger screenshots to show me what you're working with. So good. All right, guys, I'm not seeing any yeses. I want to make sure that I get yeses from everyone, that they managed to do the save file and everything, and then we're gonna take our break. And it's gonna be 20 minutes, so let's say it's 12:11, let's say it's 12:10. So we'll see each other again at 12:30, okay? So be back by 12:30 p.m., which is really 29 minutes. But that's giving us, not 29, 19 minutes. So I'll see you guys in 19 minutes, okay? Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Welcome. See you soon. All right, come on back. You guys are out there. Oh, let me clean your answers. And if you're there, give me a little show of life. Give me a yes. Or give me a, or turn on your videos or whatever you do to show me that you're there. All right. No one seems to be there. Oh, Patricia's there. Thank you, Patricia. No one else is saying yes or turning on their video. So was 20 minutes not enough? Oh, there's Moni. There's two of you. Okay. Gonna get going, but I'm not seeing anyone else. Moni and Patricia, you're it. All right. All right, anyone else as you show up, please give me a show of life. I am aware that and I had to go to work, so she's not gonna be showing up, but everyone else, if you're there, please let me know. Or when you're there. Oh, Dorothy, you're there. Hey. It's so weird to have only Moni looking at me, but at least it's Moni. Anyone else who feels like it's okay to turn on their videos, please do so I don't feel like I'm teaching only one person. But I know that some people don't have that possibility. And I know that Shelly's at the doctor with her kid. Anyway, I'm gonna say that the class has been going. I've been catering to a lot of individual issues and needs. When it comes to understanding each program, this class is not, thank you, Jinsu. This class is not where you're gonna learn Photoshop in depth nor Illustrator in depth. So when I'm in Photoshop, I'm just showing you a couple of things quickly to make a file, to bring it into InDesign, the same way we do with Illustrator. So it's not, I'm not going to sit there and teach you all Photoshop. I can't. There's only so much I can do. So please take the Photoshop classes or the Illustrator classes once we get to Illustrator in order to have more in-depth explanation about each one of the different things that we do. So, but I'm going to focus more on this InDesign where we gather the information. I just wanted to, Saul, are you there? Because I wanted to say something about the historical, whenever, I think Saul is there, the history article, because I told them to better do it in InDesign and not in Illustrator. So I wanted to qualify that. So well, you're not there yet, so that's okay. So I was gonna say something, but he won't watch the recording because he knows all this. So I'll wait until he shows up again. Okay. So Libby, thank you for turning on your camera. Nice to see you guys. And what we're gonna do next is share my screen. Here we go. So we have been modifying this photo in Photoshop and seeing it change in Illustrator and InDesign. That said, the place where we would normally do text isn't in Photoshop. So remember what I just told Saul, where he had text and let me actually show you the Padlet. The first one I had opened was this small one where you could see the 4 pages, but the links, each one of these links say JPEG. Now, the reason I told him this wouldn't be the best idea, and I'm going to explain a little bit more, it isn't, Saul won't hear this because he's not here for this feedback right now. But the problem with this is that you can't do what I just did with you guys if you're working off of JPEGs from Illustrator. Like you can't go edit it and then have it update. So that's the main issue. I'm saying that this would be a problem. Notice that in InDesign right now, we're working with a file that I can open in Photoshop and edit and save, and it will change. But if I had flattened this into a JPEG would mean that all of this would be flat. It would have been stuck. This would be blue forever. This would say hard boiled egg forever. It would not be able to be changed to soft boiled nor fried egg or whatever. So that's what a JPEG would do. I wouldn't be able to modify it to then have it update itself in InDesign, right? So none of this would be available if you're doing it with a JPEG, which is, I didn't completely finish explaining why. I was saying this is better to not do it as JPEGs. If what you have a file that doesn't need to be changed anymore, you bring in a JPEG, that's fine. In this case, his files were made in Illustrator, and he put this is one up close of his files, the text he wrote. So say that he wants to change this text because maybe it should have had an extra period or a comma, or if anything is missing, and you go back into Illustrator or Photoshop, you would have to open the original one that has the text, fix it, save it again as a JPEG, and then pop it in. It's like 3 steps versus just having the file able to be updated the way we just did it. Does that make sense, you guys? So it's not that I mean, again, I'll tell him to watch this little portion of the of the recording later for him to understand this, but it's not, there's an efficient and an inefficient way of doing things, and this looks beautiful. It's in that sense, there's no issue there, but it isn't efficient in that if there's any changes, you're not importing the final file. You're not using the original file in this case, you're using only the final file. So back to InDesign. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and say File Place again. So we're going to go to File Place from InDesign. And I'm going to go ahead and have us bring in, where's the JPEG that we were going to bring in? This one, add text photo. So somewhere in the middle, you'll see, or at the top, if it's by name, or I don't know, somewhere over there, you'll see the word add text photo, and it's a JPEG. You see that? That's a JPEG. So if I say open, here it is, it's at the tip of my fingers. I'm just going to click in this empty space right now and drop it. And if I go command minus, 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 I'll see that that photo has dropped in really, really big. And when I say that, I mean that this is, let me just, this is what that photo could and should be like. I upside it down, and yet it comes in humongous. So let's go back to Bridge to see what happened. Where's the photo? Here it is. And let's go to the metadata. And what size does this metadata say it's going to be? Dimensions in inches is 16 and basically almost 17 by 11. You see that there? I'm going to clean your answers so that now I can. So if this originally says that it's going to be 16, or let's say 17 by 11, and I bring it into this image, oh, InDesign. What size did I say this was? It was like 7 by 5. So this photo just doesn't fit. See, it's humongous. I'm going to click on it and move it around. So I'm going to go ahead and delete or undo what I brought in. Hit delete or undo if you haven't done it yet. And we're going to place it again, but a bit differently this time. We're going to say File Place. I'm going to zoom in again. Hold on. So undo the last thing or delete, and let's say File Place. And when we bring it in this time again, where was it? add text photo. I'm going to say open again. And this time, instead of just clicking as we did that time, that worked so well for the hard-boiled catering, but didn't for this, I'm going to instead click and drag. Okay, so I'm clicking and dragging the photo, clicking and dragging, and I'm making it about yay big and letting go. So I'm telling it what size it gets to be. Can I do that again? File, place. We select the photo. And then when it's at our fingertips, instead of just clicking and letting it fall at the original size, we click and drag and make it be a size that fits, let's say. Okay. Now, I'm sorry. Hi, Shelley. I'm glad you're back, and I hope all is okay with your son.
Yeah, he's okay. He's just got poison oak everywhere.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, horrible. But okay. So all we did right now is we brought in a photo where the original bridge told me it would be 17 by 11 inches, right? That said, what I didn't make you pay attention to at that point was the part that said 72 PPI. But now I'm pointing it out. So if this image says it's going to be that big at 72 PPI, is that going to be a good print? Is that going to turn out into a good print? And I know that those of you taking the class before are kind of reserving your judgment, waiting for the new people, but tell me, is that going to be a good print?
No.
No.
Yeah, no is the right answer. Because I kind of mentioned before that you need to have a number around 300 over here for it to be a good print. Again, the details of that will be much clearer to you once you read the handout. And then I'll really be able to hone in on this next week. But be aware that this dropping in at 17 by 11, as it did at first, did not mean that it would be a good quality. But when I go back to InDesign, let me just show you here really quickly for those of you who maybe didn't get the difference. I'm going to grab this guy again, click, and I'm just going to single click and drop it right here. Whoops. If I simply click, and I'm going to kind of click it way over there so that it's big, it drops in at that 17 by whatever. See, it's humongous, right? And you can barely see it. It's this big, big thing. By clicking and dragging it, I made it that big. Now, in this information, same place that we went before for links, and if it's not open, see over here the links icon? Like I can go to this little link icon to open it, go in here. I now have, I know you guys only brought it in one time, but I'm bringing two just to compare. But now I have not only the web banner icon, but I also have the add text photo, which I brought two up. Notice that the first one I brought in says it's on page 1. The second one I brought in says it's on page 2. See that? And over here it says page 1 for this one, page 2 for this one. That's what that means, that it's on page 2, which is this page 2. But right now, the main thing I want you to show you, and you're welcome to, if you want, bring a second one into page 2 if you want, by single clicking and letting it drop. But if not, what I want you to do is to look at my screen because I have something to show you. And if I make this bigger, which I am, so we can read more details. When I select Web Banner King, the one we already brought, over here it tells me not only the file name and that it's in page 1, and the size and file size and the space it occupies in the computer. So the opposite, it's not what we care about for, it's what we care about for web. And then it tells me that its actual PPI and effective PPI are both 300. So just watch this little bit first. When I go to Bridge and I go back to these files, yes, from the very beginning, we knew that it said it was 300. We brought it in without changing it. We clicked, we made a document exactly the right size for it. So when we clicked, it fit in just right. And so it says actual PPI 300, effective PPI 300. Now, that's because I right-sized the document to say so that it would make that image fit exactly as it exists. Now watch the difference. I'm going to select this bottom one, the big one that I just brought in. And over here, this big one says actual PPI 72, effective PPI 72. That's what we saw in Bridge. It's 72 PPI. It's humongous. Again, even if you don't understand right now what PPI means or not, just know that this is the same as what Bridge says. Now watch when I click on this little one. I clicked on this little one, the one that we pulled out by clicking and dragging. Actual PPI of the photo is still 72, but effective PPI has changed to 327. Up until now, the other two had shown us the same numbers, but this one is smaller because I went ahead and I made it smaller and all of those pixels got crunched in. Thus, effectively, for this image, it's as if this photo had 300 pixels per inch, or in this case, 327 pixels per inch. So if I were to print this page, the second page, not only would it wouldn't fit, you know, because all of the stuff is outside of the page, but it would be a blurry photo. Versus this one, it is now going to give me a good quality banner and a good quality photo up here, because even though its original PPI wasn't big enough, by squishing it and reducing it in design, I have made it have an effective PPI of 320 to 327. Anything around or bigger than 300 is good. When you read the article, you'll see that you can go down to even like 260 or something like that. So this number means that this will print beautifully well. Okay, so both of these will print really well right now. Were you able to see the PPI? And again, you have to kind of grab from this. When we first open it, it's about yay big. You have to grab this bottom bar and click and drag so that you can see all the different metadata. Okay, of one or the other. So if that's good and you saw that, then give me a yes. I understand that for those of you for whom PPI is still fuzzy, you might just be listening it as words. But right now, what I want you to understand is that the size of how you bring in an image makes a difference. And in this case, I was able to alter the fact that it wasn't ready to print. This big one wasn't ready to print by making it smaller inside of InDesign. Is it ideal? No, ideally we would do it inside of Photoshop, but in the end, it doesn't matter. It's how we see it. If that worked, then you were able to read the metadata of the photo here inside of InDesign before we read the metadata inside of Bridge. Okay, this is where we had read the metadata. This is the metadata. But now I've just showed you in InDesign where you read the metadata. And a lot of this is really important to how we create. We always need to check and make sure that all our photos are ready to go. And if we see anything there, we're not going to get an error. InDesign isn't going to tell me it's an error. You shouldn't print this big one because 72 PPI. That's not the kind of error it's going to show. So you need to check on this kind of stuff. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and head down to this big one and get rid of it because I don't really need that. It was just a demo. And really all we want is this in here. Now, I want to help us look at this image and clean your answers. No one said no or question, so I'm going to assume that everyone is fine with this. Let's go ahead and when I grab this photo, I want to put it on page 2. So when you grab this photo, make sure to click anywhere except for that center point. When I took the center point, my mouse turns into a little hand. Avoid that for now completely. Move over to where you have an arrow. And over here, you'll see that you're on the black arrow. And then you can click on any of this part and just drag it and put it in page 2. You drag it and you put it in page 2. Now, sitting in page 2, make this a little bit bigger. I want to play around with this photo a little bit. If I had touched this central, it's called the grabber. This tool is called a grabber. Then when I click on the grabber and I start dragging things around, what's going to happen is that I'm moving the photo, and this is not the best photo to do this with because it's white around it and you don't see the edges. So I'm going to have us bring a different photo. But if I move to the bottom where I don't have a white edge, you'll see it's like I'm moving the content of the photo, and yet that original box that was holding the photo is staying the same. In InDesign, this is called a frame, just like a frame on your wall. You know, and this is the content. You know, you can buy an empty frame at a store and you put whatever content you want into that frame on the wall. So that's what's happening here. We have a frame of a certain size and the content. And I'm moving the content around when I grab that grabber, okay? But the frame is staying exactly the same size and it's staying in its place. So let's see if we can put the frame and the content back together again, which again, since the top side is white, it's a little bit hard, but see if you can do that and get both back into the same spot. And now I'm going to do the opposite. Instead of grabbing the center, I'm going to grab these little handles, all the handles that appear here on the frame. And by the way, actually, let's bring a different photo in because this one is really a bad example of this. Or let's just go to this one that we had. We have this one. This is good because this has bright colors. Let's go to the hard-boiled egg catering. And if I move these little 4 boxes, or how many? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 little handles. For some reason, I thought 9. I can make this box, the frame, smaller, and I'm cutting out parts of the image. So it's like I'm chopping off and cropping parts of the image off. Does that make sense? My frame can change size, and then I crop off parts of the image, but I'm not changing the size of the photo. The photo is staying there. If I make my frame even bigger, now my frame is really big, my content, my image, my content stays the same. I haven't changed the size of my content, just the size of my frame. You see that? I'm going to go ahead and snap my photo back to the same, to the sizes that it was, that it's, you know, back to the same photo, the way it came. And now I'm going to try moving from the grabber, move the content. And then this one, it's going to be a little bit easier because you can see that the edges are blue and we're not seeing the whole part of it. Moving it around and moving it around inside. So these are 2 distinct things. The same box holds the frame and the content. It's 2 different elements is what makes this box. If that's working for you, you're able to change the size of the frame and you're able to move the content around and you got the concept and all is good, then give me a yes. If it's the first time you do it, this is not necessarily that easy to think of. So if anything, there's a question and you need to make it work, or it's not easy, and you want another explanation, please give me a no or ask me something. Okay, looks like it's working for everyone. Okay, good. Now, if I want to make the whole thing smaller, frame and content, right? Frame and content. So everything's going to get tinier. Not right now, what we did is frame bigger, smaller, it makes no difference to the content. But if you want to make both together, then if I hold down my, hold on, Shift, Option, and this is for people who are on a Mac, okay? Shift, Mac, not on VDI. If you're on VDI, you're considered a PC. So Shift, Option, and Command, then I can make my box and my content smaller all at once. I'm going to go ahead and make it bigger again, and it stays constrained. But if I make it any bigger than it came in, I'm beginning to go beyond the bounds of the original PPI. I'm going to, for now, not worry about PPI. We're going to talk more about that next time. I'm going to go ahead and have it be as big as it is. Now, if you're on a PC, you would have had to hold Shift, Control, and Alt. Shift, Control, and Alt. This is for PC people, or for people who are on a Mac but are using their PC computers. Now, when you're on VDI, this shortcut, if you're on a Mac with a piece, with the VDI on PC and on a Mac computer, sometimes this shortcut in VDI doesn't work because the VDI gets confused with the Mac shortcuts and the PC shortcuts. But for those of you who are on VDI, let me know if this worked. For everyone else who is not on VDI, this should have worked. If so, let me know. Say yes if it worked. And I'm going to make this a bit smaller. You can try it with this one too. So Shift, Option, and Command, and I can make both box and content change size willy-nilly. If it didn't work for you, let me know. So Libby, how are you doing?
I'm working on it.
Patricia. Patricia, you're on VDI, so there might be a bit more of an issue with you, and Amy, you're on VDI. So tell me what's happening with you guys. Amy?
I am not exactly sure, but do I need the shortcuts? I can share the screen if you'd like, but I don't want to take up time.
No, that's fine, because otherwise, how are you doing it? Yeah, go ahead and share your screen. Otherwise I'll show you a workaround, but I don't know. Go ahead and share your screen. Okay. So,
Okay. So I was
um,
getting confused. I had other stuff over here that was like selected, so I think maybe that's where I was having some problems, but maybe you can help me.
okay, so you have you have a different arrow selected. I didn't yet talk about the white arrow. I was talking about the black arrow. So yeah.
Okay, so you have this one selected?
Yeah. So that, thanks for pointing that out. I should have mentioned the different arrows.
And then, so this is the moving, it seems like I'm always moving both, so I actually cannot tell how to only move.
No, go ahead and move, do what you just did.
Okay.
Do it again. And what you're moving is you have, so go ahead, okay, move that again. So move it so it's out of the way again. Do again, move it so that it's all to the side.
Okay.
Move it a bit more so that like half the letters are there, so it's very clear that you're missing a point. Okay. Now, what you're doing right now is you're moving the content. And how do I know? Because you left behind your frame. Do you see the box that's still there? Go ahead and click away, put your mouse
Click
outside.
away, I'll see a box.
And now select the whole thing again, not from the middle, not from the grabber, but from anywhere else. So go to the the purple area, and there's your frame. Your frame was left behind. See that? But when you're selecting the grabber, you don't see that. You see just the content. Now you've moved the frame as well. You moved the frame and the content. Which is okay. I mean, that's what we're learning. So it's all right if you do or not do it one way or the other. So right now, wait, don't keep on doing.
Oh, okay.
For a minute. So right now, your frame stayed behind. And I know because the margins are in the same spot, it's a little bit hard to see. So maybe I'll have you, do you have the other photo here? Did you import the other?
I took that one out because I thought we were adding a new
Okay,
one.
no, that's fine. Let's go ahead and grab that content and put it back into its frame, which would mean, yeah, see that the round box that you're seeing, pop it in there again. Good, now they're both matching, okay?
Okay.
Now, let's go ahead and let's do the following. Two things, we're gonna do something first, and then we're gonna keep working on this because it's gonna be easier. But first I wanted to mention, you know how your boiled egg catering, the letters aren't clear?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. So, and someone else had mentioned, I think it was you or someone else had mentioned
that
it.
was me.
Was you. So that has to do with the fact that this text was done in Photoshop, and in Photoshop it looks fine. But when you see it in InDesign, in order to save the computer from having to work too hard, the default setting for InDesign shows you just a preview. And a preview is when you have text, it's kind of broken up, like it's not the high quality. Since you're on VDI, I wouldn't change that. I would leave it in this mode, but I'm going to share in my screen the difference so that you'll see where you would have to change the settings. I just don't think that it's good since you're in VDI to make InDesign work even harder. So just know that this is looking the way it looks, but as long as it's okay in Photoshop, that would still be okay. Let me stop my screen. I'm going to share something different. Go ahead and do it. And then I'll be able to help you again a bit more with what's happening with you so that you'll understand a bit better what I'm talking about. Let me share all these things again. Okay, so the point where this was becoming a little bit hard to see the difference is because it's enmeshed in this the margins, right? So it's kind of confusing. What's the box? What's the frame? That's why it was a little bit easier to have it here. So if you have this image, go to page 2 and go ahead and let's bring this image in, or not this one. Everyone, that little one that's white on the corners is really hard to work with. So let's go ahead and place again. And let's place the same web banner that we're working with. We're going to say open, but don't drop it like we did before. Just give it a little click and drag and make it be only like this big. Okay, because this one is color of around all the edges, so it's easy to see it. And then we won't have to worry about all these boxes. And so then it'll be easier to understand this concept. First of all, I want to mention that, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that I'm using the black arrow tool. Now, because of resolution, she has her tools expanded into this mode. Okay, so Amy is seeing this double. So it's seeing black and white arrow tools are two different tools. And when it's expanded, then that's the black and the white arrow tool. And they do two different things. So make sure you're in the black arrow tool for now. And in the black arrow tool, then yes, these two things, if you move anywhere except for in the grabber, you move everything all together. But if you move the frame with the black arrow tool and make it smaller, then you are basically leaving content out here. You're cutting off some content, right? Is that good? Is that pretty clear? And in particular, anyone who didn't follow this completely or who had some issues, please make sure maybe you can answer verbally and say yay or nay or something so that I can make sure that you're following. But with the black arrow tool, what we're changing is the frame. And the content just gets left behind. If I make my frame bigger, then the content is still there. It isn't changing. If I make it smaller, then the content hasn't changed. I'm just cutting what I see out. It's like I'm buying a 3x2 frame or a 4x6 frame or an 8x10 frame, and the photo is always the same size. I got extra or I don't. That's the black arrow tool. I had shown you that with the grabber, you can move the inside and it does the opposite. You're leaving behind the frame. This was the part that was a bit harder to explain when you still had the lines of the margins, but you can see now how when you use this one, you're leaving the frame behind. But notice that the content still has its own little frame and it's kind of reddish color. This one's blue and this one's red. This red one is the frame that belongs to the content. When I put them together, they're overlapping. Right, now I'm going to go ahead and show you that white arrow tool, the one that Amy was using. That one is equivalent to the grabber. See that when I have the white arrow tool, the grabber disappears, that little circle that's the grabber disappears? It's because the grabber is basically giving you a white arrow tool. So if I now have the white arrow tool and I move, which is what was happening to her, you're just moving the inside again. It's exactly the same as if you have the grabber. Does that make sense? I'm gonna close my feedback because now I'm showing something different, okay? No one has seen the white arrow tool yet. So the white arrow tool is the grabber. Now the grabber didn't exist, and I've used InDesign for, 30 years or whatever, since it began 20 years ago. The grabber didn't exist before. So the only way we could handle was white arrow tool frame, black arrow tool frame, white arrow tool grabber. But for people who were new to InDesign, it was hard for them to consider this concept. So then they invented this grabber thing here when you get the black arrow tool, and it does the job of the white arrow tool. But in my point of view, it's pretty limiting. So in my version, when I do my own InDesign, I actually turn it off because I'm accustomed to the white arrow tool, but they're the exact same thing as the internal arrow tool. So that said, let's go back to the black arrow tool, because this is what I was showing you before, that if I want to make then this whole thing smaller, I can't do it with just moving the frame. I have to hold down the shift, the option, and the command key to click and drag and make everything smaller, both frame and content, or, the same thing to make it bigger. And that's the shortcut that sometimes for VDI doesn't work too well if you're on a Mac. But if you're on a PC, it should work if you're originally on a PC. Okay, so now, everyone, hopefully the other photo didn't work so much as a good example. So hopefully everyone else who already had this concept, delete that one and bring this one again into the second page, because I'm going to show you some other stuff with this now. But you need to see the edges, right? And the white, that one with so much white on top, you couldn't see all the edges. Okay, so I'm going to forget. I keep trying to send it to the margin, and that's not going to work because the margin thing confusing. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and change my frame shape only. I'm going to make my frame shape be something completely like tall and thin, the opposite of what this photo is. Okay, so I made it tall and thin. So that means I'm using my black arrow key, and I'm using my frame, which is this blue box, to make it tall and thin. So I'm only seeing one little bit of it. Now, I'm going to go use some automatic tools that I have over here. In the properties panel, on the very kind of almost bottom of it. So if you don't see it, you might need to scroll a bit to something called frame fitting. And under frame fitting, you have all these little choices here. And I'm going to show you a couple of different ones. The first one says fill frame proportionally. What it means is it's going to leave the content proportional to how it is. The content was long and thin. So when I click on fill frame proportionally, I'm going to do that now. For the frame, for the photo to fill in top to bottom well, then it's showing me just the center of the image, and it can't show me everything. But it's proportionally chosen the size that fits best, which is height. So I see from the very bottom to the very top, but I can't see all of the image. I'm gonna say Command Z to undo that, because we don't want to work on these one on top of the other. We're gonna go back to the beginning, Command or Control Z. Now this one is the other way. The content is gonna fit to my frame. The content, which was long and short, wide and short, it's gonna fit my frame, which is tall and thin. And boom. The only way it was able to do that is by making it really tiny. Both of these are still proportional, right? So the first one filled the height proportionally and this one fills the width proportionally. Does that make sense? Before I continue, I want to make sure that everyone's with me. Give me a yes if it's working. Give me a no if you're totally lost and have no idea what or why I'm doing, or need help, or something's working differently for you. Give me a no. All right, Libby, what's happening with yours?
I just got a little confused. What are you, I'm sorry, I got a little zony.
No need to apologize, guys. Never, ever, ever. Okay. It's what it is.
I'm in the InDesign. I'm trying to get to that. I was trying to get to that screen that you're on, you know, and find those tools, and that's when I got lost. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine. When you select a tool, I'm going to undo, so I'm back at the beginning. When you select a here, let me make it as big as it's going to be. When you select anything, the properties panel changes. So when you select this box, you should have a properties panel, but it's so long that maybe you need to scroll to get down to the one that says frame fitting. If you still don't see that there, then maybe you can share your screen, because you could be that you're in a different space. So it's the properties panel.
Yeah.
And you go all the way after appearance, after align, after text wrap, there's frame fitting. Did it show up yet for you or not?
I found it and then I lost it basically.
Want to share your screen or?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Hey, is there a way that you can make the, you know, the tools that come up at the bottom of the Zoom stay up, like the share screen and all that? They disappear every time I take my hands off of them.
Yeah, you have, just now that it's your turn to share and I've stopped sharing, you need to go and click. You're on a Mac, right?
Yeah.
So what you can do is you could go down to the very bottom to the dock and click on the word Zoom, and right click, sorry, on the word Zoom, and then say show all windows. And then that might be one way to make it pop up.
Okay.
Anyway, right now you're sharing. So let's see, can you do Command minus so that we can see, or Command 0 so we can see you fill your screen with this image?
Oh, hang on. It's hung up on the Zoom. Hang on, let me. Okay, now.
Say Command 0.
There's Command
Oh,
0.
I see. You have a bunch of little windows. Okay, you have windows in the way that aren't letting you see. So let's select your essentials. Go up to the top where it says essentials, top right, and let's reset your essentials. So right above where you're showing me. Oh, okay, you're in InDesign now. Reset essentials. There we go. So now you have all your windows popped back in. Now, go ahead and import, bring in or place that file again, or go to file, place. You're on page 2 right now, and I just said bring it in again, the web banner, there it is. Yeah.
Oop. Wait a minute, those are my edited ones, but I'll just bring it in.
Yeah, it's okay. Wait, hold on.
All right, layer.
Go ahead and say okay. It looks like you had locked your layers. Say okay to that. And there it is. Okay.
I think that's an old version.
Yeah, that's okay, because the other one that you had was a PSD.PSD. All right, so now with this one, notice that your frame is much bigger for some reason. You dropped it into a big frame. So I think because you had something about that layer. So go select your fried egg catering. That's the frame, okay. Now at the very, if you look at the box around it, it's much bigger than the image. So you can grow, no, not that, that's margins. That's your, yeah. So you double clicked on it, you didn't notice. And so your box now is the same size as your frame. Now, make it smaller. Hold on. I'm trying to get it away from the edges. So now put your mouse on one of the corners. It doesn't matter which corner. And now hold on, undo because you just tilted it. Command Z, and undo, and okay. And now just, yeah, give it a second. I'm saying point to that, but don't do anything yet. Point to the corner and don't do anything. Just point first on your keyboard. Hold down Shift, Option, and Command. Shift, Option, Command. Nope, that was Option only. Command, undo that. Command Z. Or delete. Undo move first, and then undo the fact that you doubled it. Go up to undo again. Now you have to undo twice. Undo move item, and then undo again, because the duplicate, you need to undo the duplicate item.
Okay, now.
Can I recommend that everyone learn the shortcut for undo, which is Command and then tap the Z. That way it's much faster, because we make mistakes all the time. Not you, Libby, everyone. Like, we test things, it doesn't work, and we need to undo. And it's much faster to just do Command and tap the Z than to have to go all the way up to edit each time. For your sake, while I'm in class and I'm saying it, try it. And then hopefully it'll become something that you're accustomed to on your own. All right, so I was trying to get you to minimize, to make everything smaller, to get it away from the edges. So that's why I was having you do a, hold on, go to your keyboard first. Shift, Option, and Command. Can you hold down those 3 keys?
Okay.
Okay. Now click on that image and grab one corner and make it smaller. There. Oh, go ahead and say Command Z. You went under its level. So Command Z. Yeah. Now go again and make sure you have Shift, Option, and Command. And now bring it a little bit smaller, but not as much as before. Keep going. More than that. You're moving it now.
Yep.
And duplicated it because you didn't have Shift, Command, Z turn on. So just delete that. Hit the delete key. Get rid of that one. Okay. Now Shift, Command, and Z. Shift, Command, and Option. And grab the corner. And make it smaller again. Okay, that's enough. Let go of your mouse. Okay. Now, that little tiny box that you have hanging out there, that's another box that you brought in before. See that little tiny black thing that's hanging out there? Go select it and delete it. That's one that you made that became really small. Okay, great. Now move this into the middle of the window somewhere, and now we're going to begin doing the things that I was doing. Okay. So now, if you go straight to the panel on the right, the properties panel, you're almost at the right level of frame fitting. Down a bit more. up now. Okay, right there. Where's your mouse? There. You're on the frame fitting panel. You see that? Where it says options, go to the left. Those are all the frame choices.
Okay.
All right, so that's where you'll be. Now, what we did first is we went to the fried egg catering box, okay? And we made the frame, which is with, no. First, you need to change the size of your frame.
Okay.
So grab the frame, not holding down Shift, Option, and Command at all, just the frame. And so make it thin and long. So I would go to the bottom. No, now you're moving it.
Yeah.
Move it back so that you're in the center again. And you have to make sure to touch the corner with the tip of your mouse. The white box. Go to the white box, put the mouse in your, no. Yeah.
I was just trying to switch tools.
I don't want you to switch tools. I want to be in that one.
I mean,
go.
my tools for
Okay.
here, for my
You're
hand.
right. Okay, got it. Now you were almost there. You had the double-headed arrow. Go back. You were almost there. The tip of your arrow. Tip of your arrow. There. Now click and drag in and down. Okay, so now you're resizing the frame. The frame is that thing that holds the content. Just imagine, you guys, that you went to the store and you bought an 8.5 by 11 frame, and now you're turning it into 11 by 8, or the other way around. You had it as 11 by 8 and you're flipping it over to be 11.5. That's your frame. You just changed the frame. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But your photo is still whatever it is, the photo, you can't just switch, it just messes it up. So the frame is different. And so now you got to go, okay, I either have to fill the frame with this photo. So go click on the first little choice in the frame properties panel now. Go down at the bottom where you have, nope, go back to properties, way down, up, right there. The first icon. When you did that first icon, now look at your image. Don't click on convert shape. You were fine where you were. Now what happened to your image is that, yeah, so the whole frame was filled with the top to bottom fitting well, which means that your image now is exceeding on both two sides, right? You have a lot left over on the right or on the left. Now, I want you to undo that, and trust me, do this one for now. Just try. Hold down the command key and tap the Z one time. Command and tap the Z one time.
I'm doing it and it's not doing anything.
On the command key, keep it held down. Oh, there. Now you did it twice. You did undo, so you did it twice. Because each time you tap the Z, you do one undo. See how quick it goes when you do it this way? So now, let's make the frame again another shape. Go back to the frame. Yeah, and now pull down and long. Make it thinner, skinnier, so that the effect. Now you're moving it. Yeah. You have to have it yeah, there we go. All right. Cool. Now go and click on the second option of frame fitting. Now you stopped selecting the box. So when you stop selecting the box, the choices disappear. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Box, the second box. That one now is fitting your image sideways. Okay. So the first one, you had the perfectly filled top to bottom, but you had leftover image. Now you have perfectly filling side to side, but you have leftover frame. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, command and tap the Z one time. There, that's to undo. And you're back in this thing where you're seeing only a portion of it. We're good. We're back to the middle. Now I'll have you do it here. Everyone else, now we're moving on to the next one. Of those three, hover over the third one, because when you guys hover over it without clicking, it gives you an idea of what it's going to do. It's going to fit the content to the frame. So remember, our content was wide and thin, and our frame is tall and long. And look what happened. The image is adapted to the frame, the content or the photo adapted to the frame, and it's totally distorted. Does that make sense? It's like, whoop, the whole thing is in there, but it's been squished in to fit in this weird frame. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the one on the right, it will fit the frame to your content. So click on that. No, first you need to undo. First you need to undo because you need to go back to the normal. Command and tap the Z one time. And since you did it a few times, keep holding the command and tap the Z and wait until see if it fixed it. Tap the Z again. There we go. Now tap the Z one more time to go back to the original. Tap the Z again. There we go. So that's the original. So that was 3 taps of the Z that you need to go. That's the original where we're hiding most of the photo. So now let's go to the fourth one, fitting the frame to the content. Yay! And suddenly we're back to seeing the whole image because now the frame is wrapped around the actual content. So each one of these 4 things did something different, and depending on your needs, one might be better than the other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The content got distorted on the third one, and the frame, if you want, got distorted on the fourth one, but it's fine because the frame doesn't have any image. It did is it just wrapped itself back to being just right onto the actual size of our content. The other 2 are kind of not so necessary. The other 2 are about centering the content, but right now the content over fit doesn't apply to this photo, so that's good. So for those of you who can't do the shortcut to make things fit, you can just change the frame to what you want. Change the content size to what you want, and then have the frame fit. I'm going to share my screen to show you what I mean. Thanks for sharing all of that. Let me share my screen now. And if you forget the shortcut to making things fit, because yeah, we forget shortcuts aren't that always that easy to remember. Say that you want to make this whole thing, and now I am doing shortcuts. Say that you want to make the whole thing much smaller, like that, but you don't remember the shortcut, or you don't have it like VDI people. Then what you can do is go to the frame, to the white arrow tool, okay? So if you go from the black arrow tool to the white arrow tool, now you're just talking frame, content, sorry, content meaning photo, meaning image. And then when you click on that image, that box, the brown box that appears, that's your content. So you can make it be smaller, hold down the shift key always. So now I'm just making my content smaller. See how I left behind my frame? I'm making my content smaller. I can even move it around or something like that, as long as I still see it. And now I can go to this fourth one, fit frame to content, boom. And they've both connected to each other again. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe? I'm gonna say that now it's the other way around. I'm gonna go to my content, and I'm gonna make it, always hold down the shift key to keep it proportional or constrained. So now I'm making the content so much bigger that I don't see it anymore, right? Because I've made the content much bigger than the frame. Then once again, the fourth one is the most useful one, fit frame again to content. Okay, so we can move the content all around willy-nilly all we want, and then instead of having to guess how to put the content away, just this fourth one, fit frame to content, it's kind of magical. Now, for those of you for whom the shortcut works, then you move both up and down at the same time. You don't need that. The shortcut implies that you have your black arrow tool, and then you can just do both at the same time. Well, black arrow, what? You need to click away and select again with a black arrow tool. Then you can do this up and down your, hello. Black arrow tool. It moves with you. But the shortcut, if you forgot it or don't know it, then you can just make your frame any size that you need it, right? Then you go inside, you grab the inside stuff, and you make that the size that you want. And if for any reason the frame doesn't fit it again, then you just hit this one and boom, frame fits the content again. So these are, the main thing to know is that these are two separate items, frame and content. Okay, frame is one thing, content is another thing, right there. That's the brown or reddish brown is the content, and the blue is the frame. To make them both work, we hit the fit frame to content, and they both connect. Okay, give me a yes if this kind of worked, if it's still really like confusing. If it's confusing because it's not working, you don't find the tools, I'll help you. If it's because you just need practice to get more comfortable with it, then yeah, just you have to do more practicing. But if it's working, then give me a yes. Oh, thank you, Dorothy. All right. Good. Now, I'm gonna zoom out again, zoom minus, because we've been doing this on page 2 and then this on page 1. If you have been using the same image, now you get the chance to do that, which we had, I'm gonna put it over here again, to see the links and see the difference between the one that we brought in the metadata that was 300 at 300 versus this one that we left small, where the PPI was 300, but we made it so much smaller so that actually we have a very high PPI. And high PPI is okay, you just don't want to go low. Meaning this will print good quality, this will print good quality. If on the other hand, and now I'm just making a copy here, if on the other hand I had this image, I had this thing here like this, right? And I fit content to frame. If that's what I had instead, then my PPI is 136, which means this is not going to print well. Anything 300 and effective PPI and over, this one and this one is good. But this one, I stretched it out to make it bigger, but that means that it's not going to print well because my effective PPI is under 300 or under 250 would be the max you could get. Okay, and I did this by turning it into, and I check over here, into a 14:4 image. Okay, so this is up in the transform here. You'll see the size that I turned this is into 14-inch wide. The original was 6.5-inch wide. You read it over here. And the small one right now is 3.5-inch wide. So these two will print well. This one will not. I'm using my black arrow tool. Always use the black arrow tool as your basic tool to move around with. Everything else kind of confuses things for now. And then each time you select one of these up here, it tells you its size. Okay. X and Y is a location based on the axis and the rulers and stuff. So for now, that doesn't matter. That only matters if you're doing things that are like geometrically perfect or symmetrical or stuff like that. Other than that, but the size does matter. Width and height, that's 14:4, or in the case of the top one, 6.5:2, which is what we had originally. So here it's telling me that it's at 100%. This is what we had originally. This one here is, oh, it's not showing me that it's been expanded. Okay, so then it shows it over here that it's been expanded. All right. Any questions before we move on to a completely different subject matter? We have 15 minutes left, so I want to complete this whole concept. Nope. Okay. So if you have the chance in the next few minutes, first of all, let's save this file. Okay. I had said that I would say linked versus embedded, but instead I've been showing you this other stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move this way over there. I'll move it over here so that I can keep both. I'll move the small one over here and the big one over here. I just want the second page empty. Just still want to keep these as a sample. So for you guys, if the second page is full, just delete it or something, or move it to the top. But I want us to go to the second page because I want to show you the difference. These are all linked and you can see big link icons. Now it's all linked. Oh, and one more thing that I hadn't shown you. Let me just show you this really quickly. These are all linked to the same file, right? If I go into Photoshop now, another reason this is so cool, and I change this to, I don't know, bright orange now or whatever, and I save the file, and I go now to InDesign, and you see how I have a modified on all three of them? If I just click on them one at a time, or I could go up to the links panel, then they're all the same file. They are there 3 times, but they're all the same file. And what's special about this, as opposed to the embedded, I'm about to show you embedded, is that say that you do go to the client and the client goes, oh, I would rather have logo B, or I would rather have, you know, the background be yellow or be green. When you have it one time, who cares? You just change it one time. But a lot of times in a document, especially with logos and things like that, you might have it and every page might have on the top left the logo. So you have a document as a catalog and it's, you know, 60-page catalog, and on the bottom left you have a little, you know, icon that's the logo, and every single page you have to change it to blue 60 times, or you just change it one time on the original file and it changes 60 times. Does that make sense? It's just one of those reasons, another of the many reasons why linking the file is a good idea. Now, in this bottom page, I'm going to say file place the same file. Okay, so we're going to file place the same exact file so that we can compare. I'm going to go all the way down. Make sure you're always choosing the same one. I'm going to say open. And this time we're just going to click one time because this one fits just fine. So I'm going to click one time and it fits just fine. So right now it's same thing, it's still linked, but I'm gonna go over here to the links panel. And I am going to, where is it? Where's the word to do it from here? You can embed instead of link. Here. They changed to where it is. Okay, so don't go to the link panel. It's down here in the properties panel. Let's say embed. So under where we're doing the frame fitting, way down here, let's embed this file. Click one time. And now the file does not have that link thing anymore. See that?
Can you do that one more time?
Yeah. So I had this was placed in, it was placed in as a linked file. And then I went down in the same properties panel, one under all our frame fitting, you had a bunch of choices, and this used to say embed. And I clicked on the word embed. Now, since I already embedded it, it only says unembed. But before it said embed, okay? Did that work now? You should have lost the link. And if you go to your links panel, you have all the linked ones, which I happen to have 3 of them. And then down here, you have the embedded one. And if you hover over this little icon, it tells you that's embedded. See that? So now they all look the same. And this one's embedded and that one is not. Let's go ahead and let's go back to Photoshop now and change Photoshop color one final time of the 250 times that we've changed this. Now I'm going to go for, I don't know, bright pink. Save the file in Photoshop. Go back to InDesign. I'm going to show you, instead of having to click 60 times, if you have 60 pages, you would not want to click on this 60 times, 60 different ones. You go to the links panel instead of going click, click, click. Go to the links panel. And over here, you'll see that the same image is like open, and then there's 4 of them. This little arrow is like a folder that holds all 3 versions of the same one. So all you need to do is double click on this little one right there, and you've updated all of them at the same time. So if you did have 60 versions of it, by clicking on the folder that holds all 3 of them, you updated all 3 of them. But lo and behold, not this one. Why? Because this is an entity separate of, you can delete the other one, you can trash it, you can do whatever you want, and this one now will not change because now it's inside of InDesign on its own, separate. It's a completely separate entity than the other one. Which again, sometimes it makes sense to embed a file, and rarely does it though. Most of the times we don't embed the files, but in case it does, then this is the perfect example of showing you how, yeah, this is not, no matter what I change right now, and if I keep changing the others 2,500 times, when I go back into InDesign and update all of these, this one will never update itself. Any questions? Did it work? I haven't cleaned your answers. Did that work? Is this good? Yep, nope, maybe. Questions?
Still just finishing.
Mm-hmm. Just tell me if it's working. But if it's not, like, if you don't understand what's happening or if it's not working for you, then let me know. Otherwise, give me a yes. And I know that where is it? Oh, someone linked out.
Yeah,
So,
crashed, but I'm catching back up.
yeah, I know you had mentioned that you were on a phone call. That's fine. So Amy and Patricia, you guys, is it working for you?
Yes.
So classes, thank you. Okay, class is over in like a couple minutes. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, so we'll hang in for a minute because I want to show you something. Because you weren't here when I was talking about it, but this is in part why I said that it's better to do the text in InDesign. So by the way, don't forget to save this file, right? And for those of you who are in VDI, when you leave, you have to disconnect from Google Drive. So don't leave without me helping you do that for a second. But Saul, are you there, Saul?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I was showing that, oh, by the way, please do a screenshot before I forget. Do a screenshot of the fact that these are all changed, even if you only have two, and that the bottom one isn't, and that isn't linked. And that would help. And in fact, even if you can open the panel and we can show the panel too, so that we can see that it is or isn't embedded, that would be a good screenshot, right? To show the differences. But what I was showing you for a second here is that in this file here, the fact that these are all JPEGs means that wherever you created this, what you told me was Illustrator, you had to export your Excel file as an Illustrator, as a JPEG from Illustrator. So what you have in here is fixed in time. This is flattened. If you have a typo, if you have a change, if somebody wants something different, you can't just edit it in Illustrator and have it update in here, because Illustrator isn't the file that you're bringing in. You're bringing in a JPEG of Illustrator. See what I mean?
And I noticed the text doesn't look really clear, you know.
And exactly. And a JPEG is never, ever, ever the way to do text.
Yes.
It turns text into pixels. When a JPEG can only be pixelated, it does not keep the vector text. But the good news is that even if you did an Illustrator, it's not that hard to copy and paste from Illustrator. In the past, you couldn't, but you can copy these boxes from Illustrator, paste them into InDesign, and InDesign does accept copy paste now. So recreate this thing in InDesign should be relatively quick. But in Illustrator, if you're going to print from Illustrator, you have to keep it in Illustrator and print from Illustrator, because then it'll keep the text as vector. But it won't work saving it ever as a JPEG. So if you ever have text, you guys, don't ever save a JPEG. And we'll talk more about that when it has to do with resolution.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Only pixel based. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out to make sure, since I always try to make, when people share their stuff, I want to make sure that you have pointers to your project. So I appreciate seeing projects and stuff. And then the other photo.
Homework for next week. Sure.
Yeah, that'll be your homework. Get this one all and either keep it in Illustrator, but then you can't have all the pages to print it out as a booklet, or bring it in InDesign and do it correct. And then meanwhile, hopefully people are posting up all their work from today. Shelley, these did what I say work to consider doing this on your own, or do you want to send me the file and I can show you a little bit more what you could do with this? Or I'm not sure, because this will just be this that you sent here is a clip, is a screenshot, and so it's not going to be that good quality. But anyway, so what I was saying is that you can create a little, extend the canvas, create a box of this colors and with the same gradient, and then copy from there to cover over that.
I don't think she's in her window, so
Yeah.
I think she had to go out of the room.
She had to go. Her son has poison oak and she's dealing with that right now.
Yeah, poor guy.
That's okay. So anyway, I'll talk to her, I'll email her. I'll just download this one and use this one to help her. Okay, so
I just wanted to say a shout out to Soul. Soul? Is he gone already?
I don't. Oh yeah.
He's gone. Oh well. I just really appreciate that he shares so much, because
it's so inspiring, isn't it? To see stuff that, guys, he was in your place a year ago too. Well, in his case, probably like a year and a half ago. But yeah, he's making a job. Because he was working at a hotel, he's making a job of being a designer now. So yeah, it's really cool. I appreciate that he keeps always trying and learning and playing and doing stuff. So it's very inspiring. All right. Those of you who are on VDI, Amy and Patricia, and I think and Jinsu maybe right now. Do you want me to help you sign out? Oh, there we go. I was talking to Shelly for a second. and you
Yeah,
shut up.
I didn't realize that I had my little piece of tape over my camera and my mute was on. So I was like talking to you, but you couldn't see me. It was really
That's
weird.
fine.
Like, hello.
If you want to send me the file I was saying, then I can show I just downloaded the screenshot otherwise, but to help you a bit with the cloning. But Amy and Patricia right now, who else is on VDI? Probably Jinsu. Do you want to share your screens, one of you two, so that I can show you how to sign out of VDI correctly? So that
Sure.
we don't have any more issues with.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay.
Okay, so now, yeah, so let's just close Photoshop. So go up to the top right X and leave Photoshop, yep. Yep, and then you can do this, yeah, click on the X. And underneath you probably have bridge. Oh, did you leave?
I guess I think I bumped off.
Were you in the desktop?
I thought so. I think it went boom, boom, and then it bumped me off.
Okay, click on student desktop again to see if you just have to go back into it or it needs to reconnect the whole thing. Oh, it's completely. Okay. So, okay, good. So now, did you save this? Go ahead and save.
Okay.
Then click on the X at the top that you can. Yep. Okay, and then InDesign is closing. It takes its time. Okay, and now click out of Bridge 2. Okay. And then click out of Photoshop. Save changes. Yes, at this point, whatever the last color is that we turned it into. Okay, now you can click out of this box to this Google. Go ahead and go to this X that says their File Explorer. You have two File Explorers open. What's that?
Where am I going?
Yeah, so in this File Explorer on the top right, there's an X again. In
Oh,
Windows,
here.
all the closing is from the right side. On the PC is from the
Everything
left.
on the right side. Got it.
But again, okay. And now I'm going to take you to, now go down to the bottom where you see your name kind of thing on the bottom right. Yeah. A bit lower than that, there's this little upper pointing triangle to the left, that one. And now there's the Google icon there. Click on that Google icon. Yeah. Now go up to the gears icon on the far right. The preferences, yeah. Say click, no, don't quit. Preferences. If you quit, then you have to restart it from 0 next time. Now go up to the gear icon again on the right. It's the gear icon twice. And you disconnect account up in the top. Yeah, instead of quitting. When you do it this way and say, yes, disconnect, then what happens is that the next thing that pops up is a whole like, oh, do you want to connect again? Right? This one. And that's what you want, because now when you close up, when you come in next time, it'll still say welcome to Google Drive and you connect again, and that's a clean connection. If you quit, then it won't ask you and you'll have to remember to go and open and find Google Drive and connect, right? But by disconnecting instead of quitting, you get to do that yourself. Okay, so now you have to close your photos, your whole Windows. No, not that. Don't close that. We want to keep that one open. Go to the Windows icon on the bottom left, the little 4 windows. That's how, yeah, click on that and go to the right above it is the power button. A little like circle with a line. Yeah, click on that and then click on power again and then say shut down. Oh, try again. You click on power and then go up to the word shut down. This is your school computer, so to say, your VDI disconnecting. Good. Close. And then now you disconnect from VDI by going to the very top row of icons here that say Horizon. Yeah, and the final one, yeah, that one. Click on that and then go to log out. Cool. And say okay. And you're logged out in the best way possible so that next time when you pop in, You go to student desktop and then you log into Google Drive and all your files and everything should work really well.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Amy, did that work for you? Do you need a hand? Have me hand hold you through that?
No, I'm fine. I'm logged out.
All right, good. So the two disconnect. Okay, same with Jinsu. All right, guys, go ahead and make sure that if you can, practice, do something. You don't need to do something awesome and incredible. Just do anything. Just make a file and bring something in. Save it and change that file, like exactly what we did with any photo that you have. Just practice, that's all. And if you want to create something, try something, you're working on something and you want to question and ask me things like Moni or Shelby or Saul, you're always welcome to do that too. All right. Have a great week and I'll see you next week on Friday.
Have a good St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, God, that's true.
That's true.
Forgot. Bye.
Green, or are you gonna get pinched?
Better go look for green. Good thing I like green and I tend to have green on me. Not today, I'm all blue and black. Okay.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
You too.